I almost wonder if this music is too epic. Is this music too cool? We're starting up a brand new project today, guys. I want to start painting one of my absolute favorite minis that I've ever laid my eyes on. When I first started painting minis, I always liked this one, but I figured it would be really difficult because I want to do a good job. Now, I have gotten a lot better over the last year or so, and I do think I could do a reasonable job now. But yeah, it is still certainly a mini that is a little bit intimidating. So here's the thing. Hey, Gogarius, thank you very much. Appreciate you very much, dude. Thank you. Welcome. Here's the thing. These are two guys that are stacked on top of each other. So I've done a little bit of airbrushing on this one already. I'll go over that in a moment, I suppose. This is the top of the two Squigs. And it basically attaches. There's like a little hole on that paw. You see that little hole in the paw? That slots into the little cape thingamajig right over here on this little goblin guy. So these two are stacked on top of one another, kind of like so. And there's like a bunch of goblins that are on top of each of them that are trying desperately to hold on. So we have one over here on the back of that one, and then we have two on the back of this one. They are basically trying to, I guess the Squigs decided to run away or something. I'm not exactly sure. I've spent quite a bit of time building these two. We'll glue them together when we're done, obviously. But I figured it would be easier to separately paint them. I want to go with like a red color scheme on this one, and then I don't know yet about this one. Maybe like a green? I'm not exactly sure yet how we're gonna manage it. They also have this cable going around them for structural integrity, I guess, because otherwise they would just be attached on one little part, which wouldn't be particularly rigid. I'm a little concerned of painting this all and then gluing it together at some point in the future, because, I mean, it's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky. I don't know if I'm brave enough to do that on stream, because it might go absolutely horrible. I did spend a little bit of time gap filling too. Now, I did notice that there are still a couple of little gaps in between, like especially right there on the tail, that are more noticeable than I wish it was. I guess it is what it is. I could still spend some more time filling those in if I want to, but I couldn't really be bothered. I'm not sure yet what the second color is going to be, so I want to go with red on this one. And then I'm thinking like green or something pretty bright on the other one too. But I may reconsider. I also built a custom base. I did a little bit of claying. I played with clay, put it in the oven, cut different pieces off of it and all that. I've got a little bit of like a plinth that I DIY'd together that will hopefully make it look pretty cool. So on the plinth, we have a little dude that is also desperately trying to run away. So if you want to visualize this guy is going to stand somewhere over there, which I think is going to look pretty sick. And then the other big guy is going to be stacked on top of it, obviously at a slightly different angle. But this should be a really fun mini, assuming I can actually, like, you know, paint it up to a reasonable standard. That is going to be the big if. That'll be the big work. That'll be a lot of effort. But anyways, I think it is a fun challenge. We'll see how it goes. We'll start with this little Squig right over here. So I did a little bit of airbrushing. I was originally planning on doing that on stream, but then I realized I suck at airbrushing and I didn't really want to. So I did it off stream yesterday for a little while. I primed this guy in black as well. And I did like an all over coat of red. And then I wanted to do like a fleshy belly. So I did several coats of like, first off like an orange and then this like fleshy color. Over on the belly, and I also tried to get a bit of a base coat for the inside of the mouth, because the inside of the mouth is absolutely massive, but kind of difficult to reach with a brush. And I think overall, I also did some on the lips, by the way, but I think overall, yeah, it's looking pretty neat. So anyways, we'll start with this one, and then we'll see how it goes. I want to make sure that we block out some of the unnecessary details first, because I think it's going to look kind of ugly. We'll start with the teeth, I think. We have some teeth that we can work on. I will black those out. Or maybe I shouldn't black them out. We'll use like a dark gray, I think. We're not gonna go full box art on this one, no. I will definitely do StarCraft today, yes. They send out the DreamHack Dallas replay pack. Now, obviously, I did cast some of the tournament games because I was one of the casters for the tournament. But I haven't seen all. Most notably, the Classic versus Serral series. I heard it was an absolute banger. So, yeah. We'll see. But we'll do a bit of painting first. Plan for today is to do a little bit of painting first. Then we'll do a little bit of StarCraft casting. I want to check out at least like 2 series. Maybe 2 games. And then I also want to make sure that we do some Warcraft 3. And I want to do some Expedition 33 as well, man. We have so many games to check out, actually. Yeah, we have a lot of games to go ahead and check out, so it'll be fun, guys. Gonna do a little bit of a longer stream. Hope you don't mind. You finished Expedition 33 yesterday? Ooh. I've been very much so enjoying that game thus far. Yeah, I'm a little early today, Echo. Hope you don't mind. I have no idea how long Expedition 33 is. I am still in Act 1 currently, and I've played for quite a few hours, it feels like, but I'm assuming it's using a 3-act structure. Which is kind of the norm, I guess, in storytelling, but I don't know. We will find out together. I'm gonna take my time. I'm not gonna rush that playthrough. Very likely game of the year, you know? Gotta take our time. I might have to come up with a sturdier way of painting this. I have one little stick at the bottom of the squig, but it's a little jittery. Not sure how I can better sub-assembly this though without drilling like a second hole, which I could do. But yeah, this is not, can you see it shaking? It's kinda, you're doing well overall? Nice. I'm doing pretty good too. Yo, what is going on, Echo? Gifting a sub to Diaboli. Appreciate you, dude. It's a little bit wobbly, yeah. Not sure what the best way of sub-assembling this guy is. I watched somebody else paint this mini, and I guess you kind of just have to prop your thumb underneath or something for a little bit of like more rigidity. But they had the similar sub-assembly as what I did over here. Just one stick at the bottom. Anyways, we'll do like maybe an hour or 2 of painting. We gotta keep the practice going, you know what I mean? Don't want to take any extended breaks from painting. Want to keep the practice flowing. Oh wow, Diaboli couldn't use his own emoji? I didn't actually realize that. Memed. Unsubbers get punished immediately, right away. This is that playlist you like, Echo. In before you say it sounds like Outer Wilds. Every time I've played this playlist of music while painting, Echo always says it sounds like Outer Wilds. Today it doesn't sound like Outer Wilds. Today it sounds like the straight main menu music. Very nice, very nice. I personally did not see every game of Dallas, which is kind of nice. Like I'm always a little bit. It's always a bit double, you know, because when I watch the tournament live in StarCraft 2, I know that they will likely send out the replays. And if I already know what's gonna happen and I want to cast the matches myself, it's not as much fun. So I want to check them out live, but I also know that I'm probably gonna be checking out the games afterwards myself. So I do watch a little bit, but I don't usually watch a ton. Unless I'm casting a lot myself, of course. That's a little bit different. But for example, I wasn't casting at all the third day of the tournament, which is usually when the best games are, because it's the final day of the tournament. So I didn't watch as much yesterday on purpose. I did watch Formula 1 yesterday, guys. Monaco. AKA boring. Monaco is one of the absolute worst races for Formula 1. Apparently it was pretty good back in the day. But these days, the streets are so narrow, right? Like they have been the same streets all this time, obviously. Maybe some small adjustments here and there, but the streets are all very narrow because it's an extremely expensive city. And the cars are bigger than ever. Like I think the Formula 1 cars right now are like 5 meters long or something. They're pretty big and they can barely make the turns as it is. So we quite literally had drivers purposefully going slow. So obviously in Formula 1 you have two cars per team, right? Meaning that if you have two cars at the front, say hypothetically you're number 1 and you're number 2, it would be beneficial, if it's hard to overtake, for the number 2 driver to purposefully slow down so that others, like the guy in front, your teammate in front, can just gather a bigger gap. So in a very strange way, like a lot of Monaco now comes down to drivers purposefully slowing down, purposely backing up, like purposely trying to drive slower than they can, which is the exact opposite of the general spirit of Formula 1, right? Like they're trying to go fast. It kind of feels like, you know, you would be checking out a Cyril series and Cyril is purposely trying to macro poorly. It is a little weird. But yeah, one of the most boring sporting events I can remember. It's that way every year though. Yeah, you can just watch the rerun and immediately fall asleep. I think that's a reasonable thing, dude. If you can't fall asleep, just watch the Formula 1 Monaco recap. The funniest shit ever, dude. One of the drivers got held up for so long that one of his main competitors literally cut a corner just to take the penalty and still come out ahead. So they purposely cut the corner, which is obviously like leaving the track and gaining an advantage is not okay. But they did that on purpose just because they would actually be able to make up more time than the penalty would. Basically, they're cutting corners all over. It's super lame. Obviously, I want to discourage that sort of behavior, but yeah. What's going on, Dita Hunter? Hope all is well. Basically, Maktovus, it's like playing Turtle Terran, but also having absolutely no intention of ever moving out. Like, people always get super excited for Monaco, and then when the race begins, I think everybody remembers, oh shit, it's Monaco. What's good on Facilia? Yeah, I like watching F1, but yesterday's race, not my favorite. Can we maybe lower it a little bit? How's that? Is that better? Probably a little bit. We're just doing some base coating today. A little bit of base coating. This is going to be a rather long project, by the way, for mini painting. Let me see actually if I can bump up the ISO a little bit. Let me see. How's that? Is that good? That should be good. Next game to play. Well, we're gonna continue onwards with Expedition 33. Clair Obscure Expedition 33. I heard that Blue Prince is really good. I haven't yet seen anybody play it, but I've had several people mention that Blue Prince is pretty sick, which is also like a new puzzle game. And that it should be right up my alley. So I may check that out at some point. Those Squigs are way bigger than you thought they'd be. Yeah, they're big. I mean, if you've seen regular Squigs in Warhammer, these guys are big. I'm a puzzle master? I don't know about that, dude. I'm always a little concerned playing puzzle games on stream because it's the easiest way to make myself look like an absolute fool. But maybe that's exactly the reason why I should play them, you know? Maybe that is why we should. Squignificant? That's a difficult one to say, dude. Yeah, these guys are pretty big. If you compare it to some of the other minis I've recently painted. I mean, this guy alone is already a miniature, right? And then you add to it the other one, and then the other one, and then, you know, the base. This is going to be a large project, but... What do you guys think I should paint the other one? So I want to make the first of the two Squigs red. The little guys on the back are going to be green. I was originally thinking green, and maybe I will go with green, but the little guys on the back are goblins, right? So they're obviously... They're obviously going to be quite obvious. Blue? Yeah, blue could also be sick. Maybe I'll go with green, I don't know. We can go RGB, I guess. We already have red, we have green. All we have to add is blue. All primary colors. Something like turquoise could be fun. I think I basically just have to look at my colors and decide based on that. I have quite a few shades of green. I have quite a few shades of like a grayish blue as well, like an icy type of blue. That could be fun. I don't know. Yeah, I was very sad about that one, Rocco Girl. We had a really fun game between Mana and Rainer. I was casting that one together with Wardy, and apparently halfway through the game, the streams crashed on both YouTube as well as Twitch. Now, the games were still live, because we were also obviously on the screen there in Dallas. So the folks in the audience were still watching. And I'm sure the recording of the VODs and all that is out there, but a little bit unfortunate. This, that was one of the strangest games I had seen in a while. Basically, Protoss blindly opened up with a Cannon Rush. So Mana opened up with a Forge First. And Raynor opened up with a Proxy Hatchery. So he committed to the Proxy Hatchery. And Mana committed to the Cannon Rush on the other side of the map. So both of them were fighting a non-existent opponent on that side, basically, because they were both in the natural of the opponent and there was nothing else there. Mana played really well, man. I was actually very impressed. Wardy mentioned that he has been extremely good as of late. Now, I have seen some of his games, but I haven't seen that many. But, yeah, Mana doing a good job. You love to see it. There was an audience, yeah. Again, there were not enough chairs. This is a bit of a theme for every StarCraft tournament. People are always standing in the hallways and stuff, because they are not... Yeah. A little bit unfortunate. We did resolve it eventually, and then... this looks like a Nidus canal. I see what you mean, Pete. I'm doing pretty good. We're just base coating some teeth. And I'll base coat some of the other details as well. Working on the skin of this guy is going to take quite a long time. I obviously need it to be quite a bit brighter than it is right now and a lot tidier too. But we'll take our time, you know? A little bit of painting here and there. You love the insane ice on the new emote? Yep. Art Anime did a great job again. So for those of you just now tuning in, we do have a new Twitch chat emoji. Since you guys have been so fond of Arrive, or what is it? Gather, rather. I figured we'll make an equivalent that everybody can use, also on mobile and stuff, called Low Arrive. Obviously, you can keep using Gather too, but a little bit of variety. Man, this Squig has a broken tooth. Poor guy. I think you have to, Echo, yeah. I mean, it's only reasonable, right? Low leaf would make sense. Very appropriate too, because I do get up quite a bit. You have 3.3 million channel points to go? Holy crap. Yo, some of you have been saving up. Echo's still a real Chad. You used to burn yours to 0? Yeah, you've been watching for a very long time, Fernando. It's okay, right? We just kind of use the channel points as a fun little bonus. Honestly, when I set the goal for a 1 million channel point reward, I actually didn't really think anybody was ever gonna reach it. Like, 1 million channel points takes like a year. Seriously, it takes like a fucking year. If you watch every stream for like a year, you get pretty close, I guess? It's pretty wild. So many folks have reached it now, though. And I actually love it. Like, it's actually really fun. So basically the way we do it, when a viewer reaches 1 million channel points and they like turn in 1 million reward, right? Like I reach out to a designer. Oh my god! Speaking of fucking devil. And basically it costs me money, because I have to pay the designer, and these animated emote slots we've been filling in lately, they're even more expensive, man! Anyways, I've been paying a designer to basically make really cool chat emojis, and Echo Steel just turned in 1 million channel points again, which is amazing. Thank you, dude. Can you message me on Discord, Echo, and tell me what you're looking for? I'm assuming it'll be low leave, right? That's not what I meant! That is not what... I didn't mean it like that! Well, thank you for the 5 gift subs, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, Art Anime is the one who made basically all of the emotes over the last, I want to say, 4 or 5 years. Before that, we had somebody else that made the emotes. And before that, I tried to make my own. But turns out it's really fucking hard, man. If you could DM me so I definitely don't forget, that would be great. If you could slide into my DMs real quick, dude. Hey, can you please, please slide into my DMs. Hey, could you like slide into, yeah, perfect. Thank you, dude. I do love that emoji very much as well. That emoji is so freaking cursed. Could you arrive? Yes, please low arrive in my DMs. That would be great, thank you. Man, painting inside of the mouth is going to be the trickiest part. The way I painted the base coat, by the way, this felt really cursed. So the way I painted the base coat yesterday, I was using the airbrush, and I quite literally jammed the airbrush in between his teeth, and I just kind of sprayed around a little bit. But it kind of, it kind of felt like I was murdering the poor Squig, man. I burst this thing straight through his teeth. Got the job done, but yeah. It was a little bit tricky. A little bit sad. The other guy, by the way, has a mostly closed mouth, but he still has a tongue. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna paint that. I think we'll do a similar idea as what I just did. Maybe I should have not glued the face on. I'm not sure, but either way, it's practically impossible to see, so I guess it's not that big of a deal, but... It's nice to stream, guys, I'm not gonna lie. I love streaming, it's great. Feels like I didn't do it for a long time. It was a full 2 days. And it's not like I took 2 days off. It was a full 2 days of streaming on another channel. Pfft, long time. There's a new Zerk unit? Yeah. It's a very derpy Zerk unit, I think, but... Can I paint the bottom of this tooth, please? Okay. Dude, this music always reminds me of Outer Wilds. Is anybody else getting that vibe? What's going on, Azrael? Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Mr. Happy. Sorry, Echo. But it does, though. It does. Unsubbed and unfollowed? Whoa. Well, that's reasonable, I suppose, Rokotura. I don't know what I've done, but I'm sure you have a good reason. Is that a little kitty I hear? I think there's a little cat right outside of my door. Shall we have a little peek? Hey, what's up? Oh, the door just needed to be open. You didn't actually want to come in. He didn't actually want to be here. He just wanted to have the option to come in. Excellent, thank you, cat. I'm gonna close the door again, though. Oh, you do want to come in? Okay, you can come in. It's good to have options. Yeah, absolutely. This is Toby, in case you're unfamiliar. Hey, buddy. He's a very sweet kitty. Very friendly. Very hairy. Do you want to chill in my chair? Here we go. Oh, okay. He does not want to chill in my chair. Well, you know what? I'll continue painting. You figure it out. Oh, you want to leave again? Oh my fucking. Okay, all right. He's made his rounds. He's got his job done. We need the low leaf emoji. We already need it, man. There's so much use for it, Echo. I would also like to report, by the way, that Echo has indeed slid into my DMs. Excellent work. You love to see it. How does somebody have such a clean painting room? I clean it. That's how. Yeah, it's crazy. Hey, thank you very much, Tychus, for the 3 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for the Prime subscription. I'm doing pretty well. Hope you're doing well too. My cats are Siberians. Yeah, so they're meant to be able to survive harsh environments and all that. Now, my cats, their harshest environment is the door being closed. So take that for what it's worth, I suppose, but they live a pretty comfy life, I think. Sometimes I'm a little jealous. They spend a lot of time sleeping, a lot of time eating. What else did I do? I think that about sums it up. It's a good life. This guy has a little bit of I guess this is a cover or something for his tooth. So I don't know if you can see that, but the tooth over here, the one that I just painted, it has like a little casing around it. I'm guessing we'll make that gold or something later. That'll be nice. Mangler squigs are ridiculous in Warhammer? What do they do in Warhammer? The little goblins over here seem to use them as mounts, which is kind of sick. I have actually not played Warhammer. I don't play the tabletop. I haven't played Total War enough to get to the point where these guys are actually in the game. Or at least not that I remember. Are they mounts or are they more like, per unit there's 2 squigs attached to any of the just written, okay. On top of that, when they die, they explode? These guys are banelings? I'm painting a baneling? They're the kind of character that uses Martyrdom in Call of Duty 4? Anybody else still frustrated from like 2007? Ay, fucking Martyrdom. Sorry. There's like 7 people that are like, yes! Everybody else has no idea what I'm talking about, but it's okay. I'm afraid to bring up the other big topic from the weekend. Yeah, we did hear that apparently Battle Aces got cancelled, which really surprised me. I played a bunch of Battle Aces, and last time I played it was about a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago. I did a little sponsored stream for Battle Aces, and it was, again, better than the last beta. Honestly, it felt like a finished game. I think that was basically my conclusion. The game felt done. And then they announced on Saturday that they have binned the project. I don't know why. I can't quite figure out why. There's a lot of people that are interested in playing it, but I think a lot of people are also kind of holding off because, well, I mean, obviously the game was still, you know, early access and all that. It's kind of crazy, man. The beta was only live for like a few days every time, so like a lot of folks don't really want to commit too much on a game that isn't yet available. And then all the progress is going to get wiped anyway. I'm not sure. Honestly, a bit surprised why, yeah, sucks. It was a really fun game. I really liked it. I'm not sure what the expectations were, you know? Like if they expected more traction or something from like a beta product that was only live for like 3 days at a time, or maybe a week at a time. I don't know if that's entirely realistic. Don't quite get it. Yeah, you couldn't even give them any money, like there was nothing to purchase. And the game honestly felt done. Like it felt like they were getting ready to like release it. I'm not sure what happened there. Very odd. I'm very disappointed by it though. Because the game was fun. Good to watch as well, I think. I have played a little bit of Warhammer 3, Rixa, but I have not played it a lot. I should, shouldn't I? I need to make Churin proud. Okay. With the teeth colored in like this, it'll already look a little bit better. We'll just take a quick little second trip around every single one of them. Just to double the coat. Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm not sure what they were thinking with Battle Aces, man. I'm not sure what they even really expected. It feels crazy to me to bin a pretty much final product. Like it felt finished, but I don't know. They must have had some internal goals that they did not quite reach. But I have no idea what it could be, because like, there wasn't even anything to buy. They must have not met some sort of KPI, right? But like, what in the world? I don't know. Pretty disappointed. I missed the spot. I missed many spots so far, no name. We're talking Battle Aces. So they've been to Battle Aces, which is one of like the big promising RTS games that really tried to take a stab at changing the genre a little bit. And I think it was good. Like they, you know, units felt really smooth. I don't know. I wonder if maybe they're using the project to like now do something else with that. Like it feels silly to just bin all of this. Maybe they're doing like another project? Like using the same assets and like the engine and all that? Because honestly, the pathfinding and stuff was really nice. Which is one of the things that many of the RTS games that I've played over the last couple of years just don't get right. It seems so obvious, but getting units to do what you want them to do is not easy. And Battle Aces had that right from the start. Like units actually seem to respond like you would expect them to. Like even some of the big RTS games that are really popular, like the Age of Empires and stuff of this world, I feel like the pathfinding in those games is not as good as it was in Battle Aces. And obviously Battle Aces is a smaller scope. Maybe it's easier to do, but still, you know, like it's, yeah. The bones of the game were really, really good. Weird. Yeah, but I feel like they focused on like what is important first, you know? Like you can add a campaign, but adding the campaign is way better if the game, like the core of the game is good. If you're gonna do, I don't know, like for example, you know, if you're gonna focus on a campaign and like make that your main game mode, you're much less inclined to actually have really good pathing and all that because it's not as important for a campaign. I don't know. It just seems like a weird thing to bin though. Because like when you've done all the framework, adding an extra game mode is so much easier than if you have to start again from scratch. Like they could add 17 maps in a month if they really wanted to. Obviously that wouldn't be of the same quality. But if like the scope was too small, they could make the scope bigger. I don't quite, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. If anybody has any ideas, feel free to think along, but I'm not sure. Loads of people waiting for that game to release. It's weird. You don't get paid enough to think? Fair enough, fair enough. That sounds very fair. What's good on Scrub Lord? I have tried Tempest Rising, yes. I did play a little bit of Tempest Rising actually. There's a YouTube video that I made about it too. I really like Tempest Rising, it's fun. Good old school RTS. Now I'm really big into competitive games in particular. And I do know that there is a competitive scene for Tempest Rising, but it seems very small. Always difficult, right, to start such a thing up. But yeah, I liked it, it's good. I haven't finished the campaign yet, maybe I should. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not sure about the 1v1 aspect of Tempest Rising so much. But, you know, there's a lot of RTS games out there that people love playing RTS 1v1, or they love playing 1v1 in. Like, for example, Again, Age of Empires. Sorry, Age of Empires is just an easy one for me to burn, okay? It's just a good example of a game that a lot of folks like, but I just don't. At least as a 1v1 esport type of thing. I like Age of Mythology, I like Age of Empires campaign, but like playing those games competitively is just not really something I've really ever been able to get into. Like I tried, but maybe it's because after playing RTS games from Blizzard for so many years, everything else just feels worse. Like Blizzard RTS games just have something, man. It's like you've always been dating a 10, you know? And then, I don't know, a new one comes, like a new date comes along and suddenly it's just not quite there. That's what Age of Empires feels like to me. And then when you go back to your good old 10, you realize, oh, thank God. This is way better. You're playing Age of Empires 4 right now? Dude, just because I don't really enjoy playing it so much doesn't mean that you shouldn't enjoy it. I'm just giving you my perspective, right? Like, you can do whatever you like. Please don't let me not enjoying a game affect you not enjoying a game. Like there's a lot of gamers out there that enjoy playing League of Legends. Like they actually like go out and then they're like, oh, can't wait to get home so I can play a round of League of Legends. Like there's people out there that do that. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. Can't wait to get home so I can play League of Legends. Caught. There you go. People, that's a stretch. League of Legends players are humans too, mostly. There might be some bots, but for the most part, I think they're human. What's up, Ramble? Are you lurking? Oh my God. Okay. Look at that beautiful smile. Aww. I'm gonna base coat some of the details that I don't need to paint yet in black. Just so we can get a little bit of a, I like blocking that sort of thing out. You don't want to kiss it? Look at that smile. This is where it all began, that damn smile. Okay, well, you don't like it? Your loss. It scares you? Dang. So a couple of these parts I don't need to be painting anytime soon, like the metallics. So we just coat it with a thin little layer of black, just to block it out and stop creating distractions, you know? I think it looks nice as well for stream. Squigs are the best Warhammer creation ever. This is basically like a large sassy nurgling. Yeah, you're not wrong, Galadani. This was actually one of the Patreon birthday gifts. Shout out to the patrons if they're here. They got me a bunch of Warhammer minis for my birthday. Absolute legends. Seeing these animated, the Mangler animated in Warhammer 33? I have no idea what that is. I feel like a bit of a Warhammer noob sometimes. Even though I engage with pretty big chunks of the hobby. There seems to always be more, dude. Okay, that'll do. I actually think I'll use the same gray color here as well for, like the gray color of the teeth for the claws. Oh, you meant Warhammer 3? Like Total War Warhammer 3? I guess so, right? I see, I see. Yeah, it's a giant rabbit hole, man. I like painting and the books and some of the video games, okay? I feel like there's a deep dive for the video games that I still have to do. I saw they're doing like a remastered or whatever version of Dawn of War. Was it Dawn of War? Definitive Edition? Whatever it is. Never played that. Don't know if it still holds up in 2025, but might be a good moment to go check that out. You played like 800 hours of Dawn of War as a kid? Dang. I do know Blood Bowl, I've heard of it. Yeah, I like the miniatures. It's like American football or something, right? But then in the Warhammer world? Seems pretty interesting to use American football as their base for a game. But yeah, maybe they tried to appeal to Americans or something, I don't know. Like they've got like one regular sports type of game for Warhammer and it's American football? Not the one I would have chosen, but maybe it's really fun. I mean, it is, to be fair, becoming more popular as well in the great country of Europe. Yeah, rugby is a big game. Not really in the Netherlands, though. I never hear anybody talk about rugby in the Netherlands, but... Do they have only 2 legs? Oh yeah, they just have 2 legs. I was wondering if he was going to have claws on the back as well. far as I can tell, no. He's got a little nose ring. He's got a septum piercing. How cute is that? Very cute. Where do squigs store their organs? I'm assuming inside of their bodies. That's where I store mine. It's where I recommend for most folks to store their organs. Or you mean the instrument? I didn't know they played, maybe you mean the instrument. I don't know if they play. Yeah, difficult to lug around an organ. Not really a stage instrument, I suppose. Okay. I think I'll black out the two little guys on the back as well. Just to make it a bit easier to see what's up. We'll paint them, obviously, but not until we're done with the main squig, which is going to take a while. What, really? That's crazy, Echo. You're having a hard time deciding what army to start in Warhammer? There's so many cool models. Maybe do what I do, dude. I don't actually paint I don't paint armies, I just paint models. I have very little interest in playing the game. I do this for the painting. I quite like the lore, although these are from Age of Sigmar and I know absolutely nothing about Age of Sigmar. I think it's fun to paint miniatures. Not so much sold on playing the tabletop, but there's some folks here that absolutely love it. Maybe I'll give it a shot at some point. But yeah. I think the painting is a blast though. You can be a casual Warhammer fan? I think so. You can paint just for the art of painting. Not know anything about Warhammer, just paint the minis that you like. I think that's reasonable. The Emperor demands your undying and passionate devotion. Okay. Okay. Usually there are people who love to paint and don't game, and people who hate to paint and love to play. Yeah, that seems to be the general split. There's a lot of folks out there that don't enjoy the painting at all and they just want to play, and vice versa. Whoa, whoa, are you accusing me of being a Xenos? That is... Okay, buddy. Man, I've been listening to a lot of the music from Expedition 33 over the last week or so. I'm basically fluent in French now. I think that's how it goes. The music is so nice. I don't know if we can listen to it while painting. I'm not sure if, as a Tyranid player, you take pride in being called a Xenos. Fair. That one right there, Inquisitor. His name is Thartak. What's good on, Pierre? Oh, we're just getting started, dude. You're already liking it? That's good. This has been a pretty quick little section so far, though. I'm just trying to black out the parts, basically, before we can get to the actual painting, which takes a little bit of time. Like, this is more... I mean, obviously, this falls in the painting category, too, but I kind of like blocking out the parts so they're not distracting, and we can actually focus on, like, one segment at a time a little bit better. So I'm just blocking out a couple of different parts on the Mini that are not going to be red in the end. They're not really part of the skin. So not entirely necessary. I kind of like doing it though. Ooh, I have a lot of models, Galadani. I have a little pile of shame that is steadily growing, it seems. No, it's not that big. I have a bunch of minis that I do still want to check out though. I also have a couple of half-finished projects that maybe I should go ahead and finish first. Thank you, Thartak. Yeah, my goal is to make this mini, as with every other project that I've done, my nicest mini so far. So that's what we have set out to do. I just want to try and make this one as good as I can. I did it with an airbrush, Pierre. So I did some base coats yesterday and it goes pretty quick using an airbrush. So I like to use the primer through an airbrush, which is basically just like, I mean, it's just a liquid, right? So you just use a primer and it creates like a nice surface to be painting on. And then I did quick little passes through with an airbrush. First off, all over in red. And then I went steadily more bright towards the bottom and the lips. And you create like, so these transitions, like this is technically overspray over here, but these transitions are really smooth because it's coming out of an airbrush. If that makes sense. But I think I'll mostly cover up, well, maybe not all of it, but we'll cover up quite a lot of it when we get to brush painting. Just using it as a base. I have a compressor. So basically, most people that use an airbrush, they have like a separate airbrush and then a separate compressor. There are like some built like all-in-one kits and stuff. But you can get a compressor for like, starting at like maybe 60 bucks for minis. And it is like an extra part of the hobby though. I quite like it, but it is like using a new tool. You know what I mean? Like I'm quite comfortable with a brush, but an airbrush is just another. And it comes with a little bit more maintenance too, because if you mess something up, you have to be able to like clean it. And in general, there's quite a lot of time actually, at least with me airbrushing stuff, where I do need to clean the airbrush. Because I tend to get paint all over me. No, not all over me, but it's a bit, yeah, it's just something that takes time, I guess. Maybe at overtime I'll get better at it, but. It's good on Gabe? Usually Nick's, yeah. No, it's a compressor, Pierre. So it's not like it's compressed air. So you set it to a certain amount of PSI and then it blasts air at that level. Kind of similar to like, you know when you pump up like car tires? The things they have at like gas stations and stuff? Obviously different type of device, but same idea. Although I don't really know how those things function, but it's similar, in my mind at least, to something like that. It's basically just like a little box. The one that I have, it's pretty heavy. I would say it's like the size of maybe like 30 centimeters long. Maybe like 15 wide. No, maybe like 40 long, 20 wide. And then like maybe 20 high, something like that. It's not too big. Mine does not have a pedal, no. Mine just has like a dial. And the dial controls how much air is gonna be flowing out of it. So I can show you, if I turn it on. I mean, I can't really show you the compressor itself, but I just turn it on. And we have like the end of a hose, and then the airbrush goes in here. So basically what happens is there's a little bit of a vacuum that builds up over here in front. And when I pull the needle back, you can see the needle over there at the bottom of the cup. You can see it over here as well at the front. When I pull the needle back, paint blows out of the front. So it's like a two-step motion. It's actually kind of cool. I really quite like these devices. I'd never really heard of them before mini painting. But the idea is like, when you press down, it unlocks the airflow. And then when you press back, that's when the needle over here at the front pushes back, and it actually sucks the air out of the cup through the front. So you put in the paint, you put in the paint over here, and then it flows out through the front. It is a little bit of a weird motion because basically you always have to press down first and then press back. If I let go from here, without first like going back to the front and, you know, making sure the needle is fully back in the, well, you're gonna, it gets a little bit messy. It gets a little bit messy. It's a fun device though. I do think it's, if you paint quite a lot of models, it is kind of fun to check out and maybe look into, but. Yeah, we're showing each other's compressors now, Dekno. That's what we like to do. Yeah, there's a bunch of different types of compressors. I looked into this for a very long time last year when I was trying to make the decision myself whether or not it was something I wanted to pick up. So you do have different ones, and they all function a little differently. I wouldn't call myself an expert though, I'm a bit of a noob. But yeah, it's always fun to learn a new tool. You can pick up a kit for like $100, like airbrush and compressor. But for you know, as with everything, it gets more expensive. There's also very expensive airbrushes out there, and very expensive, very expensive compressors too. As with everything. This is a Rosemary & Co. A size 1. Which I quite like. More expensive equals better, as everyone knows. No. There are some really fancy airbrushes out there, man. I didn't actually notice, but there's like folks out there that do insane art with just airbrushes. Let me try and see if I can show you guys.
Seconds until you can see little bubbles.
Airbrush. What's this guy's name? The Art Workshop. This channel is pretty cool. This guy does like really small details using what is ultimately a pretty clumsy device.
In this week's video, we're going back to portrait painting. Here's a few close-up shots of the final painting. And
So this guy uses an airbrush
detail we get using this technique.
painting canvas, which I had never seen before. So he uses a lot of like, yeah, he uses a lot of these guards to like basically cover up different sections and stuff, which is pretty insane, man. I had no idea you could paint that precisely with an airbrush. Obviously he uses some erasers and some other tools too, but I think it's pretty sick. I had no idea that this was even possible. Kind of neat. Yeah. I haven't yet tried that out yet. Like some folks obviously are very good at those sorts of things. But they release new airbrushes all the time. I had no idea. Yeah, it's cool. No, people do really small lines as well. Yeah, people do really small lines as well on miniatures, but generally a brush is more accurate, right? Like a regular brush. Because if you mess up and it starts, I don't know, spitting, like say you have like a bunch of, you know, paint bubbles all over, you can ruin something really badly. And that is not really something that would happen with a regular brush. But there are definitely people out there though that paint like 80% of a miniature using an airbrush. Especially for army painting. You can do a lot of work. Using just an airbrush. Saves a lot of time. For army painting, you line the lads up and airbrush them. I don't really paint armies, so I don't really know exactly, but yeah. Let's go on Battle Mage. What is this? It's called a Squig. It's not a Brute Lord. No, Brute Lords have wings, dude. This guy has legs. 2 of them. There's nobody mounting a Brute Lord, dude. Brute Lords throw their children on the ground. Yeah, go ahead, Galadani. Sometimes Locobot will give a warning for it, but he doesn't actually... It doesn't go on your permanent record. Sometimes Locobot is sleeping on the job too. Well, I'll check that out in a second. Let me finish the belt first. Or this strap or whatever. Because I keep alt-tabbing out of the IRL painting. Oh, I find this very calming, yes. I know a lot of folks absolutely get stressed out painting. I really like it. It's okay, dude. Like, ultimately, I'm trying to get better at painting. And the only way I'm gonna get better at painting is by painting. And I'm gonna fuck up, I know that much. But we can fix things. Most mistakes with mini painting are fixable. Unless you like goop up details or whatever. You can fix pretty much anything. Yeah, they canceled it, Knut. Sad, right? We just talked about it at length, but yeah, it sucks. We don't make mistakes, we make happy accidents. That's so true, Bob. I mean, Deckno. Some of the accidents aren't very happy, though. Some of the accidents actually frustrate the shit out of me, Deckno. What about those? Are they still happy? Sometimes I paint something and I'm like, I wish I could do a better job. And then I paint over it again and it's worse than the first time around. And I wish I could Control Z, but I can't. So I do it again, but now I'm frustrated. And it gets even worse. So I wish I could go back to the second version instead. But really, I want to go back to the original version. Is that a happy accident? There's no Control Z in IRL. That's something the developers of IRL should introduce, dude. Like a quick save? It would sort out so many problems. Well, maybe it would also create issues though, because people would try to save scum their way through life. Yeah, maybe not. IRL is hardcore and it only saves when you quit? Dang. It saves when I quit? Hardcore Ironman on my first playthrough? Some people believe it's not their first playthrough of IRL, which seems crazy to me. A lot of folks also think they know the developer, which is pretty wild too, man. Like basically the David Kim of IRL. If there is an IRL balance designer, I think he's done a pretty piss poor job, dude. There would be many BattleNet complaints. So I can't bring up David Kim yet, Echo. So true, actually, man. David Kim didn't die, just to clarify, Echo. He's still there, man. He still exists. Do I brush back to front? Great question. Generally, you brush in the direction of your character, or yeah, of you. So I guess that would be back to front. Dang, that's crazy, sweet. Okay. Okay. That is nicely blocked out. And that'll make the rest of the painting more enjoyable for sure. I did echo, yes, I do have a brand new profile picture. It looks 99% the same as the previous one, except it's 2 years newer. I did change my profile pic again. Galadani, sorry, I did not quite click your link yet, but I didn't forget. Mangler squigs? This is what Mangler squigs do? This is what I'm painting right now? Oh, poor little goblins. This is what I'm painting? That's way more vicious than I anticipated. They can kind of fly. I guess it's all momentum, yeah. Okay, I see. So these poor little goblins on his back are not in the most comfortable position, let's say. I think I'll black out some more of these tiny details, and then we clean the brush and we do a little bit of StarCraft, guys. Nice little beginning of this mini painting, though. Today was not the most exciting base coating day, but it is what it is. We got some important parts out of the way. I do have a new profile picture, yes. I finally got a haircut, so I figured it's about time I update my profile picture. I had the same profile picture for many years now. So I shot the exact same photo again, except, you know, with slightly more gray hair. Interestingly enough, I think I have like 5 or so profile pictures that are basically the same as the one that I have right now. Except they're all like over the course of about a decade. So I have photos from the exact same angle with the exact same background. Similar lighting and everything. Or lighting, rather. All taken a few years apart. Same black t-shirt? No, probably a different black t-shirt, but a lot of black t-shirts, yeah. I did do a little bit of a hairline comparison, chat. Turns out my hairline, as far as I can tell, is still identical. Get fucking owned, nerds. Receding hairline nerds, get fucking owned, dude. I've just always had a 5 head, just a very large one, but it's staying in place. Let's get wrecked, dude. What's going on, Raven? I think it is anyways. I don't know, we could do more comparisons. Is this my mama? No. I saw my mom yesterday. She did not look like a Mangler squig. Good question. So true, Techno. As I'm using my little brush here to paint my plastic soldier. I am the embodiment of masculinity. Sometimes I even hold a drill or a screwdriver, dude. It's insane. I'm so masculine. It's incredible. I'm not planning on it, Pancake Master. This week I'm actually only streaming today and then tomorrow, so a bit of a shorter week.
Hello everyone.
Yo, what's up, Blade? How are you doing, dude? Thank you for your resubs. This is a Squig. A Mangler Squig. I don't know what Mangler means. But we're mangling. Absolutely. Absolutely, Mr. Battle Mage. Look, I like painting plastic soldiers, okay? Leave me be. Next thing you know, I'm gonna be called out for being a nerd. I thought this was a safe space. This is a safe space for bullies. I'm pretty sure if you go to twitch.tv though, like if you have the app installed on your phone, that probably already makes you a nerd too. Like, not to call anybody here out, but the odds are pretty big, you know? Haha, wait a second. Wait a second. Kapow! Wait, no. Sorry, I moved it way out of the frame. Okay. Just a couple more over here at the bottom. And we are finished blacking all of these little details out. This actually took longer than I thought it was gonna. I guess that was good enough, right? I think that'll be good enough. Any other details that need blacking out? Oh, this little thing over here and his chain on his tummy. It's a bit of a tricky one to reach. Yeah, it's very mainstream now to be a nerd. That's very true, dude. Like back in my day, I had to hide it at school, you know? It wasn't cool to like, I don't know, admit to playing video games. Girls were never gonna talk to you if you admitted that you like playing video games, okay? These days, we have people doing like TikTok dances together. What the fuck, man? Insane. Who needs girls? Actually, so true, dude. So true. Girls talk to you now if you're a nerd? And a tier 3 sub? Yes, especially that second part. I hear that all the time, dude, where girls are like, yo, you're a tier 3 loco sub? No way, dude. That's amazing, man. How are you so cool? Yeah, that's very common. You can actually add that to your Tinder dating description. You get all the swipes. Loco TV subscriber since, and then you include a date. Nah, I will give you permission to like just make that up, okay? Just make up a date, it's okay. Yay. So many little details. The only reason you're not a sub, or tier 3 sub, is because it gets too much attention. That's very true, yeah. The tier 3 subs of the stream always mentioned is like, you know, when they go outside, girls are just flocking at them. Like at some point it's hard to do your work. Yeah, we're gonna check that out in a moment, Gogarius. Whenever I'm done with this chain. Even though many of you have already seen it, I have not. So yeah, hope you don't mind. You get to see it a second time? But if it was truly Game of the Year, then it won't be a drag, right? It won't be bad to watch the second time. Okay. I blacked out all of the unimportant stuff so we can focus on the skin next time around. So, here's the results of day 1. Ta-da! Here's where we're at. We have a nice fleshy belly. I've grayed out the teeth and the claws and blacked out some of the other details. I think we should probably paint this from like the inside out. So we'll start with like the most recessed part, which would be the inside of the mouth. So I think that's what we probably want to try and get at least a little bit of color on next time around, although honestly it's not too bad as it is. Maybe I should do just like a little coat of like a wash. Maybe we'll just like one wash, and then that can have all of the time in the world to dry. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'll use a little bit of Dricky Violet. It's gonna take like a half hour to fully dry. So if we want to wrap it up, it'll make sense ending with this rather than, you know, starting with it next time around. Dricky Violet is a very thin paint. We can try and have it settle mostly in the recessed parts. Make it look nice and fleshy. It will make the highlighting and all that a little bit easier too. It's a little tricky to see. I'll just try and apply quite a lot of paint, and then we'll use a clean brush to soak it up, like any of the pooled parts. Actually, I'll apply it all over the tongue too. Generally, it's easiest to work from the most recessed part outwards. Mostly just because you're more likely to spill. So finishing any part that is in the deepest recess first usually is just the safest. If you want to try and paint something pretty tidily. Now, this is obviously not particularly tidy. But I mean, it's the inside of your mouth, you know? What color is it anyways? Nobody knows. Yeah, we'll do the pupils at some point. Yeah, it'll be shiny for now, but when it dries, it shouldn't be super glossy. Gonna soak up some of the pooling. Honestly, there's not too much pooling. Did we see any pooling? There's a little bit of pooling over there. Camera OP, dude. Can't even see it in person. Which I guess makes this entirely useless, but the camera is like a nice... Dude, I'm a fucking dentist. Holy shit. Say ah. Okay. Yeah. So we'll do some highlighting inside of the mouth next time around, and that'll do. He's got a lot of gaps, man. He can floss very easily. You could probably use like a tree trunk for flossing. French people don't floss? You should floss, even if you're French. Maybe especially if you're French. Yeah, honestly, it looks pretty good as it is. It's been a little while, guys. It's been a 5 or 6 days, maybe, since I have last touched a brush. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm holding it down. Okay, perfect. We're gonna do some a couple hours of miniature painting, I think. That's the plan. Gonna continue working on the Mangler Squigs that I got started on recently. So this is one of the 2 Mangler Squigs that I'm gonna have to paint. And it's going to be quite a bit of work. Yeah. It is going to be quite a bit of work. I think we'll start by highlighting the inside of the mouth. It's a little bit difficult to reach, but that's exactly the reason why I think it's probably a good idea to start there, you know? Because this is going to be one of those little segments that I think are going to be a little bit more tricky as we go along. Have I tested Night Rain? I have not, no. This last weekend I attended a board game convention. There was a free mini for Warhammer. Yo, nice. Yeah, they have that in a lot of Warhammer stores too, where you can actually go in and like paint the miniature of the month. It's kind of a cool idea. I've never actually done it Alter Break, but I do know that sometimes they give you like free miniatures. Like a gateway, you know, like the gateway mini. First hit for Warhammer painting is always free. Sneaky, eh? Very sneaky. Now, obviously, this is not going to be an easy section over here to reach. So we'll just give it a shot and try and see if maybe I can add a couple of little highlights. Following a little ridge over there. I'll dilute it down a whole lot. The cube was so long you couldn't get one. It's nice to see that that is actually popular though, right? It's one of those things that at a con, like at a convention, it makes a lot of sense to maybe give a try. It's always a bit tricky to decide what you want to go at and do at a convention anyways. Yeah, this is not a very easy section to reach. Just trying to add a little bit of color variety in there. Can I wipe this off? Yes. I sure can. Secret stream? I know. Hope you don't mind, dude. I was contemplating, should I just paint off stream? Should I paint on stream? What do we do? And I was like, you know what? May as well pop the stream on. What's up, Mickey? Hope you're well. Well, these are also the hardest to see sections of the mini, right? I kind of feel like any color in some of these ridges is gonna be a bonus. I already got some pretty decent color in there. Trying to add a little bit of highlighting. Mostly just using like the tip of the brush. I'll mix in a little bit of a brighter color too, just to get a slightly more bright color of pink for the tops of these ridges. Just a little bit of off-white. Don't even know if it's visible. What's going on, Utopia? Yeah, I don't know how long I'll be streaming for, but I figured I may as well stream for a little bit at least. I know some of you may be stuck at the office, you know. That's what I picture anyways. Some of you were getting dangerously close to having a productive Wednesday. So I figured I'll try and ruin it for some of you. You're welcome, by the way. Wouldn't want your job performance to get too far ahead of everything else you're doing. No worries, David. What if your boss suddenly realizes you're capable of doing more than no. I look forward to you earning my productivity. No worries, man. I'm happy to help. I'm too late for you? You've already finished work, I guess? Ay, ay, ay. Well, it is what it is, huh? Do I want to highlight the tongue as well? I probably do. We'll try to highlight the tongue a little bit as well. Try and at least follow some of those little ridges that are within range. Yeah, I am around just so the global productivity goes down. That is why I make content. Ruin it for everybody else. You're welcome, everyone. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky to hold this guy. I'm mostly just trying to follow the little ridges over here and highlight any of the upwards facing sections, right? Because we always pictured the light sources coming in from the top. Some of it is not going to be entirely accurate, right? Because, I mean, some of the little lines are not going to catch the light, like some of these little ridges that are inside of his mouth. They'd be difficult to reach. By the light source, I mean, but... Sneaky Wednesday stream, dude. We have a little bit of coffee. It's important, Swedish. Is the light too bright, by the way? Hold up, let me see if maybe I can lower the ISO a little bit. See if that makes it look a little bit better without anything getting too blown out. Probably want to actually bring this a little bit further up until right about right over here. He's got these little slimy bits that I think I'm gonna paint in like a bluish color, like this drool over here coming out of the I don't know, what color is drool, chat? Green? We could make it whatever color we like. I'm actually gonna go with some of the original darker color, I think. You have a Diet Coke? Ooh. It looks like a Disney Plus version of an Ultralisk. That's what we're going for, man. I tried to base coat the majority of this section with the airbrush, but obviously I didn't want to spray it too far onto the skin, so didn't quite get the tip over here of the tongue highlighted up to the same level, or colored in up to the same level, but it kind of works. Okay, we'll get back to those a little bit later. What's going on, Echo? A little bit of a sneaky stream. Yeah, a little bit of a sneaky stream. I hope you don't mind it too much. I didn't tell anybody. I saw you lurking in the background. There were a couple of people in the chat very excited that there were no mods. But I saw you. I just didn't let them know, you know? It showed in my dashboard that LocoBot was present. Oh, you fixed some of the commands? Ooh, nice, thank you. Absolute legend. Thank you very much. Tidying up the chat. Even when I'm not here? You made a meme for me on the Discord? Ooh, I'll go check it out later. Okay. Loco memes. Dangerous. What if it's funny? What if it makes fun of me? What if it's both? Add a couple of scratchy lines like so. Create a little bit of texture on the tongue. Can always glaze over it if I think it's a little too intense. But I think it will look good. I turned on a different playlist today, by the way. So if it's absolute garbage, let me know. Okay. Not a bad start for the tongue, I don't think. We can work with this. Okay. Yeah. I have a little checklist of things I want to go ahead and do on the Mini. Next up, we got to go ahead and paint in the little spiny bits on his back. So he's got a lot of spikes that I want to go ahead and base coat with a pretty dark red. So I think I'm going to mix in a little bit of black into some corn red. Just to create a nice, well, it also increases the opacity a bunch, right? So we get a nice dark color in general. Just to base coat some of that in. Also, I should actually open up some reference images of this Mini. Because I think maybe one of the eyes Mangler Squigs. I think one of the eyeballs of one of the minis, or one of the Mangler Squigs rather, is a little different. Yes, his right eye. We can choose what color we want that to be, I suppose. But this eye right over here has like a different type of carapace on it. Anyways, I think for the spikes for now, we'll just make them very dark and we'll just hope for the best. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I have a little bit of coffee. Can't possibly be, you know, you don't want to drink too much coffee though. Drinking too much coffee is also not a great idea when you're painting, but. Ooh, you have an overseas presentation today? Dang. Good luck with that, man. Okay. So I want to base coat these in a very dark red. I think I'll just do the other side in a moment. Mostly because otherwise I have to turn the model about 69 times. Yeah, I hope the presentation goes well, dude. Always fun. Presentations at work. Oh, actually, no, probably not. What's going on, Falcon? I think for a starting point, this is the right color for these spikes. Just want to separate them a little bit from the rest of the mini. Might even want to make them one set darker, to be honest. It's nice to be painting again, guys. No, I'm gonna be doing a bit of a short stream today, Mr. Shine. A little bit of a shorter stream. It is Wednesday, right? Today's my day off, guys. My day off streaming, so I decided to go stream. Nah, I just chilled a little bit more today. Took it easy. I did a little bit of work. A little bit of video editing. I did go to the gym, but just being a bit slow. I did some meal prep. Yeah, I figured, you know, if I'm gonna be doing some painting, I may as well just stream it, you know? I would be in this exact same spot anyway. And it's always fun to stream. I love streaming. I know for some people, streaming is apparently very stressful and stuff, but I love it. Oh no, you spilled your non-oil bottle? No! No! Ow, that was my elbow on the desk. Yeah, spilling your, oh, you spilled it over the miniature? Dang. That sucks, dude. Was this like a project you were working on for a long time? Because then it would be even more painful. Yeah, today I'm just streaming my hand. It might not even be me, dude. This could be somebody else's hand. I think I'm gonna make it a touch darker. Mix in a tiny bit more black. Little guy has a lot of spikes all over his body. My hand is lean from all the StarCraft APM. So true. I don't know if it's possible to have like a fat hand or whatever, but you know, it's definitely the StarCrafting. Yeah? If you were to line up a bunch of streamers, you could recognize them by their hands only. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. I have streamed my hands with miniature painting for many, many hours. I'll take it as a compliment. It's not weird at all. To be fair, I'm the one streaming the hand, you know, so it is what it is. Nah, so Lauren started working Wednesdays. Lauren, used to not. She used to be off on Wednesdays, but now she's busy on Wednesdays. Do you think she's avoiding me? Maybe she's avoiding me, Chad. Fair enough, Mr. Shiny. Yeah. Okay. It's gonna make him look a lot nicer already, I think. What's going on, Clips? Good morning. Just doing a little bit of base coating on all of the little spikes. that the Mangler Squig has. Got some paint on my finger. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, this mini is super cool. I actually, I like this ever since I first started looking at miniatures in general. Like when I first looked at like the different Warhammer minis out there, I always really liked the Mangler Squigs, which is what this mini is. This is just a part of it. But I always kind of felt like I wouldn't be able to really do it justice, if that makes sense. But we've been practicing. I already made a custom base for it. Hold up, I can show you guys the whole thing. This is going to be a long project. Let me just finish this little spike and I'll show you real quick. So the Mangler Squigs, it's plural. It's two Mangler Squigs that are on top of one another. And there's a bunch of little guys that are hanging off of the back. So this is the top one. This over here is the bottom one. And I'm thinking I'm gonna do it in a different color. So they're both a little bit different. I'm thinking I'm gonna do this one a different color scheme. So this guy also has a little dude riding on his back. This is gonna be stacked on top of that. Kind of like so, at like an angle. And then they have some structural integrity chains going around themselves too. These are obviously gonna be metallic. Oh, geez. Careful, Loco, don't break anything. And then I did make a base for it too. So I got a little tiny goblin over here on the back, trying to get away. So I did a little bit of DIY clay, and I tried to create like a rocky texture type of thing. So you gotta picture this as like the other one going on top of like this, kind of like so. So the little guy is just barely able to get away. And then we have the other big boy right over there on the desk that is gonna be stacked on top of that. This should be super cool. Like in my mind's eye, I can picture what this looks like when it's done and it's gonna look sick. The only problem is the execution. That's the only problem. We just gotta do a good job, you know? What's up, Grimdy? Yeah, I figured I'll do some painting and I may as well stream it, you know? What do I do for the base? I actually did some, like the DIY clay. Remember the clay you may have played with as a kid? That you have to like bake in the oven? I made some rock shapes with that and then I cut it into pieces and glued it onto the base. And then I filled up the little sections in between with some of the texture paste. And then I primed it all. And this over here, I don't know, this like couple centimeter thick plinth looking thing is the top of a moisturizer bottle that Laurent threw in the trash. But it works perfectly as a plinth. Like it's perfectly circular. So yeah, I fished it out of the trash. It's like the cap, yes, exactly. I was like, whoa, this is perfect, what is this? And she's like, it's a moisturizer bottle. I have thrown away like a dozen of those. I'm like, no! Why'd you throw those away? I mean, I didn't communicate it at all and I, didn't let you know that I was looking for something like that, but still, how could you not read my brain? Anyways, I got two. It's a little bit small for this mini, to be fair, but I think it'll do fine. More will be coming. Yep. Yeah, cheeky little Wednesday stream. I always like streaming, man. It's funny, I've been streaming for a long ass time at this point, but like many, many years at this point, but I never really get tired of it. Did I clean it before I used it? I did, yeah. A little bit more water. I'm just not sure what color yet to make the second squig. I was thinking green, mostly because I have a lot of different shades of green, like as far as paint goes. But the goblins on the back are also going to be green. So, you know. Maybe it's a bit too much green. I mean, we can do different shades of green, obviously. But I can make them, I think, basically whatever color we like. I don't think there's like a... I don't really know much about the Squig lore, but I don't think like lore-wise, I think they basically come in any color. Yeah, we could do like, I don't think I want to do multiple colors. Like that sounds really hard, Bob. Technically an option, yeah. Blue would be an option too, yeah. I do have some shades of blue. My blues are mostly like grayish blues, I guess, which could be really cool too. But I figured I wanted to do one in red no matter what, so we'll start with red. We could also do two in red. Or like we could do one like in orange. Maybe that would be fun. Like one in like a darker color, like this. This one would be like the darker red. We could do the one that has like more orangey and yellowy tones. Rainbow. I mean, it is Pride Month, but I don't think I'm capable of doing a rainbow squig, guys. It's gonna be a little difficult for me to pull off, I'm afraid. Could probably do a decent job with the airbrush, to be honest. Purple could also be fun. Yeah, I haven't seen any purple squigs before, but... Knowing myself, I probably will end up with something a little bit more subdued. I tend to... Like, this is bright for my... This is, you know... For my norms, this is a pretty bright miniature at the moment. I'm actually gonna try and make it brighter still though. This is obviously without any highlighting. Some people are very good at making extremely bright paintings. It's kind of fun, but... Yeah, it mostly, like, the main limitation is the paints that I have. So obviously I could, like, get more paint. Like, that is not really a problem. Or I could mix stuff. Also an option. But... I kind of like the challenge of just making it with what I have right now. I don't have a ton of blues. I have some blues. We don't really need that many colors, but... I do have something like this, Keeper. This is kind of like a mustardy color. Could be kind of fun. Yeah, yellow might be kind of cool, to be honest. I do have like a couple of these like something like this could kind of work. I don't know. I don't know, we'll think about it. But I think this one is still gonna take me a while anyways. So, you know, we're not really in a rush. I think that this one squig is gonna be quite a bit of work. As with any mini, I'm gonna try and do my best. I'm gonna try and do a better job than I did on the previous mini I finished. Try to push myself a little bit further forward every time. How many coats? Ooh, how many coats of paint? Well, many. Hey, I missed one. This will not be a quick project, just like any of them. We're not in a rush. Dude, there's somebody who entered this mini, like this exact mini, in a Golden Demon a couple years ago. Basically, one of the best painters in the world entered this specific mini into a painting competition a few years back. And that thing is stunning. If I can get even remotely close to anything remotely like that, no, that would be... No, we're not in a rush. Never in a rush with mini painting, man. Kind of defeats the fun, right? I'm doing very thin coats of paint, so like the paint dries super quickly. I have some black mixed into this, which really increases the opacity. So like even though these coats are extremely thin, and it dries within, I don't know, like a half minute or so. The black really changes the opacity of the paint. There's a lot of spikes still. Man, I keep thinking about blueprints, guys. Stupid game. I keep thinking about it. Ugh. I'm gonna continue on with that tomorrow. I briefly contemplated streaming blueprints today. I was like, no, loco. If we take a break from painting, we're never gonna finish the mini. The only way to get better at painting is by painting. Yeah, exactly. I found a very nice spot yesterday. I'm locked in. But also, if I, you know, when I play it next time tomorrow, I will have to start again from from basically all the way back, right? So. It doesn't really do me much good. To rush forward right now. What happened to my nail? Wait, what happened to my nail? Nothing, dude. I got paint on my nail. Oh, yeah, no, there's just paint. Here. There's some more for you, man. Welcome to my nail painting stream. Welcome to Loco Salon. Yeah. If this whole streaming thing doesn't work out yet, then I have to go out to find a real job. I think without too much work, I could become a nail salon artist. I could do sick work, dude. Welcome to Locos. I'll be the only man working in a nail salon, I'm pretty sure. Dude, there are people out there that do miniature painting, and like for every time they take a brush full, they put a little, like their first little swipe is on their finger. And I have seen people that have like filled up their entire finger to the, like, I don't know, like right about right here, and they just fucking goop up their hand every day. Now I put a little bit of paint on my finger. Mostly when I notice there's a bit of an excess, but like, you know, I'm sure that's not a problem, but coating yourself in acrylic paint on the daily is probably suboptimal. But yeah, there are guys out there that go pretty deep. There's lots of guys that work in a nail salon every time you've gone? Oh, okay. There you go. I've never actually been to a nail salon, I don't think. Oh no, bro, you can do whatever you like, I don't care. This wasn't some sort of toxic masculinity moment, shit. You can do whatever the fuck you like, man. I was a caretaker for a few years on an older gentleman who needed regular nail care. He was always embarrassed to go alone. Ah, okay, sick. That's actually very nice. It sounds kind of chill. You had a Wednesday date with an older gentleman? Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of chill. Well, I wasn't planning on it, chat. I was planning on just staying with what I'm doing right now. I'm just gonna keep streaming, keep making YouTube videos instead. How about that? I will try to keep this going. As long as there's enough people interested, we can probably do this. I don't know. For a long time, hopefully. That is one of the most common questions I get whenever people ask what I do for a living. It's like, what do you do when people stop watching? And I'm like, I don't know, bro. They haven't stopped watching yet. We'll see. Maybe one day they will. But today is not yet that day. You're waiting for the wedding stream? If I ever get married, don't think we're gonna be streaming it, dude. Sorry. Sorry about that, Roof. Text-to-speech bot would ruin the ceremony, dude. www. I would. A Patreon tier. God. Hypothetically speaking, right? If you were to stream your wedding, would it become a business expense and therefore a tax deductible? Because now suddenly we're talking, chat. Probably. It's a work event. You don't understand, Mr. Taxman. It's a work event. Get some sponsors for it. And now for the rings. They were sponsored by NordVPN. NordVPN is an amazing service. That would be so cringe. What a great idea, man. You guys are very smart. Be right back. I'm gonna propose to Lauren immediately. Ah, shit, she's not home. Dang. Unlucky. That sounds pretty dystopian, but also not that far. I'm sure it's happened, man. I don't watch a ton of other streamers myself, but I'm sure it's happened. There's an iron ball coming out of his leg, yes. He's got a piercing. When we're done with it, there's a lot more chains, actually. I think the story of the mini is that, like, these little goblins off of the back tried to chain these guys up, but they didn't do a particularly great job. They seem to be happy just squiggling around. Is that a verb? Well, it is now. Luckily, it's Wednesday. It is. Just doing a little bit of a stream today. Don't know how long we'll be live for. but a little bit. Dude, I didn't put anything in my hair. Fucking hair keeps dropping into my eyes. Gonna shave it all off. How about that? New sub goal. I would hit that sub goal so fast. Ugh. The Loco Goes Bald stream. Probably worth it. Would I have to pretend that I wouldn't want it though? I'm like, no, please don't donate subs. Oh no. Oh no. Oh man, no. Do I have to like play it like that? Oh no. Okay. We're nearly there, guys. Just a few more spikes to go. I'm actually going to be painting in his eye socket over here too, I think. Yeah, this little eye socket over here. Get a little bit of love. Oh no. I've never been particularly great at sub goal setting or Patreon tier goals or anything like that. It's more or less always been like, hey, if you like my stuff and you like me to do this whole thing full time, you can support the stream and the content, and that's about it. It's not a very strong sellout, is it? But that's always how I viewed it, you know? At this point, I may as well be a makeup artist. I'll take that as a compliment. But the StarCraft tournaments is basically always makeup ladies. Last year, at a StarCraft tournament, this lady spent like 45 minutes on my hair. I'm not even joking, dude. 45 fucking minutes on my hair, and I swear to God, it looked identical to the way it always looked. It was just like fucking hard as rock. It was very unpleasant. Don't recommend it. I paid attention to see if anybody noticed anything different about me. And nope, nobody in the comments or in the YouTubes or anywhere pointed anything out. It looked identical. She really tried her best. My hair, dude. She like did like 7 layers of like this hairspray bottle thing. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's exactly it, right? Some of the makeup people though at tournaments and stuff, they do go pretty hard. I never really like it. If it's hard as rock for more than 3 hours, you should call a doctor. I think it was hard as rock all day, Captain Hair, until I stepped in the shower. Hope that helps with your visualization. Okay. My brush is dry. Not good, not good. Normally though, makeup for StarCraft tournaments at the very least is pretty quick. It's mostly just so your face doesn't get shiny. Because lights tend to be very bright. So they just put this like powder stuff on your face so your face doesn't get too shiny. It's pretty basic. Are we painting a strawberry? This is supposed to be a monster, Joja. Jeez, man. You don't respect monsters, I can already tell. Apparently in Total War Warhammer, Mangler Squigs are actually kind of insane. Like they're basically, I think they're kind of like Ultralisks or something. I think they're kind of like a late game type of unit. I can barely see this part. Okay. What paintbrushes would anyone recommend for fine detail? For fine detail, Kolinsky Sable is considered to be the best type of hair. There's a lot of different brands that make brushes. I think for the most part, you want to look at the ones that are cost effective, like where you live. They are animal hair brushes, so if you're like, I don't know, if you don't like that sort of thing, there are like synthetic versions, but they never really are the same quality. But Kolinsky Sable is generally what you look for. Yeah, they're cats that live in Siberia, or I think they're more like weasels. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just mentioning it, right? Because somebody in the chat said the other day, and this was crazy to me, man. Apparently they bought a bunch of animal hair brushes, and when they realized, oh shit, they're animal hair brushes, they decided to throw them out and buy synthetic ones instead, which seems like the biggest waste ever. I thought that was very weird, but I mentioned that they're animal hair brushes, and they were like, oh god, I need to go check my brushes, and then they immediately threw them out, which is very wasteful. For no apparent reason at all. Yeah. You're trying to paint a violet Evergarden? Wait, is that a miniature? Or is it, do you mean like on canvas? Well, I'm sure you could use these brushes perfectly well for canvas painting too, don't get me wrong. Some people are just crippled by societal guilt. Yeah, yeah. I guess. Yeah, synthetic brushes just are not quite up to the same level, you know? Like, it is what it is. It's a 1:9 model. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's an anime figure. I see. That's why I don't recognize it, I guess. But that makes sense. Yeah, so I really like the Rosemary & Co. brushes. So this is a Series 33 by Rosemary & Co. And where I live, these are like pretty easy to get a hold of and not too expensive. I really, really like them. But most of like the major brush manufacturers will have this this type. The only problem with Kolinsky Sable is that it's also immediately the most expensive type of brush, which is a bit of a classic. But if you take care of them, they can last for years. Let's go to Diaboli. What's that in freedom? Like how much the brushes are? I mean, how much do you think a top-end brush costs, Box? Give me your guesstimation for a top-end Kolinsky Sable brush. So this brush right over here. I've asked this before and I've heard wild guesses. They're about 10 bucks. They're about 10 bucks. 10, 11, 12. Kind of depends. Which for a brush is definitely expensive. But you know, I've said it a million times. I do think it's way more fun to paint with a good brush than it is to paint with a shitty brush. You don't really need that many. Like, it's very tempting to just buy a 2 dozen brushes, but you really don't need that many. You can do very small details with a size 1, it's fine. It's kind of similar to like, I don't know. If you're on the computer all day, you can use like an old ball mouse from the 90s, but it will be way more pleasant if you use like a modern tool. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of the same thing. Like it's doable. You could probably do everything you do just fine with like a really shitty mouse, a really shitty keyboard, and I think you could buy 2 brushes. 2 brushes is okay. For mini painting, I think just 2 will do the job. I think like a size 1, maybe a size 2, and a size 00. That's what, like if I had to have 2 brushes, that's what I would do. That's what I use most of the time. So like one general purpose and then one for like more detailed work. But it does mean that you have to kind of take care of the brushes a bit, though. Like I clean them after every session very thoroughly. And apparently there's a lot of folks that just don't. That just rinse them a little bit in water maybe, and just throw them in a drawer and hope for the best. If you're that type of painter, maybe don't. Maybe don't buy nice brushes, because you're probably gonna destroy them. It's just gonna be a waste, but if you do take care of them, they can last for years. One more spike, I think, guys. I've been painting spikes for the better part of an hour. We'll have to double check, though. There might be one hidden somewhere. What's going on, Octavus? Hidden stream today? Yep. Okay. Did I get all the spikes? Chat, do we see any more spikes that I didn't paint? I think that's it. Yeah, I think we got them all. I think we got them all. There's one little bump on the tail. Yeah, but I think that's a bump. He's got a bump right over there, and then there's also like a bump similar to it right over there. And there's like there's a few bumps. So I'm gonna treat those as a bump, not a spike. Okay. It doesn't look very spiky. Let me see. What is gonna be my next, I think I'm gonna do the skin. We're gonna have to start painting the skin a little bit. Yeah. We'll start doing a little bit of glazing into all of the shadows. All of the little recessed bits. Emphasize all of that. So we'll use a little bit of corn red again. Which is like, this is, I mean, it says red, but it's very purpley red, I think. I don't know. It's a good color, though. So I want to use this, I think mostly just near all of the red skin. I might just, should we do like one section at a time? Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's definitely red-ish. I'm gonna go ahead and do very thin glazes. So I'm mixing in a lot of water on my palette. We're just gonna try and run a little bit of this paint. I don't know if it's dark enough, but we can have a look. I'm gonna try and run a little bit of the paint into all of the recessed parts. We'll start with this side, I guess. Because it was the side that was in front of me. Yeah, we'll probably have to go a bit darker later. So mostly just in whatever parts need to be darker later. If the spikes were green, it would really look like a strawberry. Yeah, I don't really want it to look like a strawberry though. Actually, I guess they would have to be black, right? Normally, strawberries have like black seeds. I can just do a thin coat of this basically all over here. Make it a little bit more red. Because bro, lost a lot of the red when I painted in the belly. No, I don't play at all, King Carcanus. I just paint. Just paint. Which apparently is a little bit odd, but I just like painting. I don't really care so much for playing the board game. We've had some pretty good results so far with just painting. Maybe one day I'll give it a shot. I didn't think we streamed on Wednesdays. Shh, don't tell anybody, Bobo. This is a secret stream. Nobody's supposed to know. You can't just come out and shout it at everybody. What if the authorities find out? AKA my mom. What faction would I want to play? I really like Nurgle. I think Nurgle in general is super cool. I think I'd be a Nurgle guy. What exact faction, I don't know. But I'm not really too keen on painting like the same type of mini over and over and over again. I love painting orcs. Actually, maybe for Age of Sigmar. Oryx. Oryx would be fun. I do have a Spearhead box. For Oryx. I painted an Auric earlier this year that I think is probably my favorite mini I have painted so far. I think that one turned out pretty good. So maybe if I had to paint the whole army, Auric would be the one. There's something about Oryx that I really like. It's just fun to paint. Yeah, I think I'll just stick to this leg area for now. Let's try to maybe do a... I have done individual pictures of basically all the minis, Keeper of Memory. I think I'm just gonna do this leg for now. We'll just do the leg and then we'll move from there. Yep. If you go to loco.tv/minis, I mean, I haven't updated it yet with the most recent ones. I will have to go out and do that. I have it right over here. Here. I think this is my favorite mini that I've painted so far. It is small. But I think it turned out pretty cool. Yeah, I'm very pleased with how the yellow turned out. It's tiny though, like this is, you know. Here's my phone. Maybe, you know, here. Maybe that can kind of put it in perspective. It's a small mini. I did give him a Loco green thong. I did, yeah. A little bit of Sons of Horus green. I think I need to put the darkness, like I need to emphasize it a little bit more. Now, I always am inclined to mix in black to make a color darker. I'm gonna go with some Incubi darkness instead, which is not black. This is like a bluish color. I'm pretty sure that shading resources, or shading shadows rather, with black is just stupid. I'm not sure if that's true, but I'm gonna call myself dumb. I'm gonna mix in a little bit of like, this is like a, here's my palette. It's like a greenish, bluish, whatever the fuck color, right? Like it's got a little bit of a, so I'll mix that into some of the red. And we'll try to see if like, it'll make like a pretty good burgundy type of color, I guess. Like a little bit more of a, yeah. I want to try to, like, whenever I need to make a color darker, or whenever I need to make a color brighter, I want to not just use black and white. I think it's, I'm pretty sure that's a noob mistake. Because I've seen a lot of videos, and when people like make something brighter, they mix in something like this. They mix in like an ice yellow. And when they mix, they need to like darken something up, they generally mix in like, for example, Incubi darkness, like what I just mixed in. Rather than black. Even though it feels a little counterintuitive, because like you need darker. you'd imagine you need black, but do have to be a little bit more careful, obviously, with this. I'll just focus on the leg, like just the leg. Trying to imagine where the light would mostly hit. Where the shadows would be. I'll have to tidy some of this up. Make sure that everything is nice and smooth, or at least reasonably smooth. Are my notifications off, by the way? No. They are not. What's going on, Abierto? Hello. Any gaming today? Nah. Yeah, that's a goblin on the back, Gideon. Two of them. One of them is hanging on, the other one is sitting on like some sort of seat. Now we'll do more gaming tomorrow. Today's my day off, Abierto. Have I ever seen the cinematic trailer for Warhammer Online? I have not, no. Warhammer Online, this sounds like a World of Warcraft, dude. It was an MMO? Wait, what? I'm not even familiar with this at all. Is that like a 20-year-old game, or am I crazy? Now we're glazing, so the colors here are extremely like the coats of paint here are very thin. So we're not really needing to wait for a whole lot of time before something is dry. It dries pretty much immediately. So very thin layers of paint here. I'm just trying to concentrate everything to just this leg over here for now. So we're just doing only that shading part. I think it'll probably... I like just doing one section at a time. I think it looks good. Rather than do the whole mini. So we'll do the highlighting on this part here too in a moment. Or at least we'll begin some of it. Yeah, we also do want to paint some of this over here at the bottom if possible. Even though this is all difficult to see when we actually glue everything together. It naturally would be a little bit dark. We may as well try to get a bit of color in here. Okay. I may go back and forth with all these colors for a little bit, but we're not really... Yeah, let's tidy up some of the previous colors for a little bit. So I use the airbrush with some Mephiston Red, which is the base coat for all of this. So I'll try to glaze back up to that again a little bit. Tidy up some of those little transitions here. Gotta lick the brush, very important. Always lick the brush, gamers. It's extremely important. Okay, so we're gonna work up towards highlights. So any part that is going to be brighter needs to be highlighted. Now, I actually took a picture. No, these are not cadmium, no. I took a picture. Where is it? I took a picture of the Mini when it was primed on each side. So I could kind of have a rough look at where the highlights would be. So this is the leg right over here we're currently painting. It's a little hard to see, but at least we can tell that like the top of the foot over here needs to be very bright, and some of these little sections over here too. So I'm gonna kind of keep that as a reference. To at least know where like the brightest highlights are gonna have to be. Gonna use that as a guideline. The top of this section over here is very bright. Same for the top of this muscle over here. Tidy up the knee a little bit. Okay. Is that photo reference always part of your creative process? No, I'm actually just doing it right now for the first time, Oucha. I saw somebody do it in a video. I was like, dang, that's actually really clever. So basically what they did in the video was prime it with like just like a good old black primer, and they tend to be a little bit like shiny. And if you hold it underneath like a very bright light, so I just use this hobby lamp that I've got right now that I'm painting underneath. If you take a reference image like that, you kind of get like where the highlights need to be. You know, like we have a very clear indicator of where like the light would fall if you hold it at the right orientation, obviously. So I figured we'll give it a shot, see what it's like. Because in theory, it sounds like a great idea. But I don't really need it to be entirely realistic either, right? Like some of the light can be a little bit like fake-ish. A lot of the official like box art for Warhammer doesn't have like the most realistic lighting, and I think it looks fantastic. But at least it's still something nice to keep in mind. It's an easy thing to forget though, I guess, when you're painting, right? Because you prime the Mini and you're like, okay, done. Let it dry, start painting. But, yeah, sounds like a useful thing anyways, if you can remember. But no, there's no cadmium in these paints. It's not food safe though, but cadmium is, I'm sure there might be some acrylic paints out there that do have some messed up things in them, but at least according to the label, these are non-toxic. Which some people means, you know, they think they're edible or something, but that's not quite the case. Yummy. Titanium, cadmium, lead. Now, eating heavy metals is probably a dumb idea. Okay, so should I actually just turn the light? Let me just turn the light one notch down. Increase this a little bit. Maybe one down. So here we are right now with the leg. It's not bad. I think that kind of works. I might want to add a little bit as well of some fake highlighting over here. So this doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. We can maybe mix in just a little bit of color on the inside of the leg, which is not entirely realistic, but there are some like pretty sharp sections over here. May as well add a little bit of color to them. And we can basically keep going back and forth for a long time here. But I think we gotta go a step brighter. Yeah, we'll get to the belly. We'll get to the belly. I think we have a lot of painting of skin to do though. Okay. So I want to go a step brighter from here. A little bit of Wild Rider red, which is not red. It says red on the bottle. It's not, dude. This is very orange. Am I fucking losing my mind? There's no way that this is red. I recently moved and got my miniatures out. Funny seeing you here painting because I'm pretty sure your StarCraft videos helped me a lot. Yo, nice. A decade ago. Let's fucking go, dude. Yeah, I still do StarCraft videos. Great game. Great game. It's the best. If only Blizzard realized it. That would be really sick. I'll do a mix of Mephiston red and that orange that I just got out. Or according to the bottle, it's red, but it's, you know. I'll mix the two together for a little bit before we go to like the pure orange, because I think it's gonna be a bit too harsh. Oh, Laurent's way better with color identification than me. 100%, yes. We've had many discussions as to whether or not something is purple or orange. I don't know. My colors are apparently garbage. Okay, so this is going to be a much brighter color. You always end up monochrome. Me too. I think that's the way guys dress though in general. Monochrome outfits are overpowered, dude. What's up, Andy? So the angle of the mini at the end is going to be something like this. So if we consider that from the top down, we can kind of figure out what parts need to be brightest without having to look at the reference image. Okay, so this over here needs to be quite orangey. Okay, not bad. What about the center of this muscle over here? How do we deal with that? Okay. Gotta kind of... The highlight is in the middle of the muscle. A little bit tricky. Let's let that dry. No, I've never done like full color blending from like absolute, you know, primary colors before. Don't really see the point, but I know some people really like that. I know some folks really like limiting the palette that they use just to like challenge themselves. I think just going from like primary colors is maybe not the best way of doing it, but I've seen some pretty cool like color palettes that people have come up with though, where they only have like 7 colors or whatever to get a certain tone, I guess, to their minis. I think that's kind of neat. But you know, I have a lot of little paint bottles right in front of me. So in my mind, I may as well use them. But it's a fun challenge, I guess, right? If you feel like you want to give that a shot. Okay, we can kind of see. No, I don't basic. I just have individual minis. I don't have a single army. Although I do have a bunch of Tyranids. Because I really do like Tyranids. So this is still the mix of the Mephiston red with the Wild Rider red. I think we'll go for a little bit of the pure Wild Rider red next. Yeah, it's a fun challenge, Ouch. Yeah. I heard Pro paints are amazing. I've never used them personally, but I heard they're awesome. Wasn't there metallics in particular that people really like? Like their bronze and stuff, like their copper. Although I don't really know exactly if it was them, but I think so. Yep, okay. Let's give this a minute to dry. I want to do one more low glaze actually in like the brightest spots. Like this, but also this little section over here. Okay. Kind of see the vibe we're going for here on the leg. Yeah, pretty smooth, pretty smooth. Could be a little bit smoother still, but we'll let it dry for a minute. I think I want to go quite a few steps brighter still, so. Okay, so I'll go with some of the pure Wild Rider red. Actually, I'm gonna tidy up with the previous step first. So I'll go back to the Mephiston, which is one step darker. Because some of these areas are not quite as smooth as I would like them to be. There's some coffee staining type of sections here in some areas. Take a minute. Glazing back to the previous color. Just to smooth out some of those transitions a bit. Don't really want it to be staining anywhere. I don't mind it if we can see like visible brush strokes, to be fair, but I do want it to be quite deliberate, I guess, if we do see brush strokes rather than just having them. I kind of like it sometimes though, where you can actually see very visible brush strokes. I think it can look really cool. A lot of the people that do like competition painting, they try to go for like absolute smoothness. Like that is the only goal, like super smooth painting. And I do like that, but it takes an insane amount of work. And there is something for like, you know, being able to actually see that somebody brushed it. Okay, Yeah, we can go one step brighter from here. So I'm going to go within the previous highlight stage. Try to stay within that with this very orangey red. Again, very thin glazing, so very thin coats. Really trying to make sure that we only put it where highlights would be. A little too much on my brush. Trying to follow the top over here. You have a habit of pressing too hard? Yeah. Brush controls everything, right? I think just being aware, though, of that is already incredibly valuable. Like, knowing that you tend to brush too aggressively. Can already be very beneficial. Because otherwise it's hard to fix, right? If you don't know what's wrong. If you even consider it to be a problem, but... No, the other Mangler is not yet painted, Andy. This is the first one. I went away on a little trip last week. Or, yeah, last week. So I didn't paint for a little bit. Also been very busy playing video games. Like a nerd. Are you still in the States, by the way, Andy? You are, right? Yeah, this is a great brush. I really like this brush. What's going on, Luchao? Luchao? I think that's it. What's up, Luchao? If it's not your username, I'm afraid that it is now. Because I'm very bad at fixing people's usernames after first pronunciation. You're still in the States? Okay, okay, nice. Can you just stay indefinitely now? Is that how it works? You kind of want to visit family this year? Fair. I see, I see. Yeah, but your husband is American, right? So I don't really know exactly how it works, but that helps a lot, right? Yeah. Husband flex? Yeah. Andy loves flexing his husband. Nerd. Oh, there's a lot of wife flexing in the chat too, all the time. We've even had kid flexing lately, dude. Twitch is getting old. The only thing that confuses me about wife flexing in the chat is that that does mean that guys in the chat at some point managed to talk to a girl. Now that, I mean, I don't want to be a jerk about it, but that surprised me. Yeah, that surprised me. You're married, are you getting married on July 19th? Let's go, Gideon. And you're inviting the entirety of Twitch chat? Yo, let's go. Oh, that's not, you didn't say that. You didn't, okay, no, never mind, hold up. You didn't actually say that. Party at Gideon's place, chat. Let's fucking go. Free booze? Free pizza? Pizza at a wedding? I haven't been to that many weddings, but I haven't ever had pizza at a wedding, dude. It's usually like this like fancy stuff. Although I would never shy away from pizza. Pizza's excellent. What about a pizza buffet? A little bit of a sharper line here. Less diluted. We'll have to tidy this up again with some glazing in a moment, but you're doing more rustic, like Shire food? Very nice. Okay. Yeah, you can definitely see the brush strokes on the leg. But if you look at it from this angle, like from a little bit more distance, I don't think it's too bad. Let's go one step brighter still. Fire Dragon Bright. Ay, ay, ay. You guys get COVID when you were supposed to have your wedding? That's bad timing, dude. That sucks. Yeah, this is an orangey color. Let's go now, Mr. Poof. I love painting, man, it's fun. I don't really have one favorite faction, no. I like pretty much one mini from every faction. A lot. So my entire idea is just painting. So I don't paint armies, I just look at individual minis that I would love to look at for like 20 plus hours, because it takes forever to paint a mini. At least up to the standards I'm trying to go for. So in my mind, I need to really like looking at the mini, you know? Because otherwise, it's gonna be kind of painful. And this is one of the minis I've been wanting to paint ever since I first started. But I didn't think I was gonna be able to do it justice. So I'm hoping that I'm gonna be able to do it justice, you know? That's what I'm hoping anyway. I want to try and make this my best mini I've painted. Ever. Not that I've painted that many in comparison to many folks out there, but trying to make it one step better every time I paint. So I'm taking my time. Not rushing anything. Mostly trying to get better as a painter though. Lauren started painting one mini, but she didn't really like it. Sadly. I would have loved it if she loved it. I'm using a size 1 Rosemary & Co. right now. And for my wet palette, I am using a little sponge and parchment paper. The parchment paper is the stuff you can use in the oven. Do you guys think this leg is getting too orange? I actually have some of the fancy like painting sheets that people use in wet palettes. And then I gave this a try and I actually like it better. So I've been using parchment paper ever since, and parchment paper is very cheap. I just cut like one of the sheets in like, I think it's like 4s or so. And you usually use it like maybe once or twice, depending on how much or how long I'm painting for. That is one of the nice things about mini painting, man. There's like a lot of like $20 upgrades, you know? Like a lot of little things that you can maybe pick up over time and mess around with. Many things are not gonna make much of a difference, but Laurent's been very busy with Lego lately. She's been building a ton of Lego stuff. Have we had a single sub today, actually? No, today has been a very quiet notification stream. Been very slow. No, it's completely optional. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I think so too, Ouch. For now, the leg is looking a little bit too bright compared to the rest of the Mini. But that's mostly just because the rest of the Mini is still pretty dark. I saw somebody in a video stipple glaze, they called it stipple glazing, into the brightest areas with some Ushapti bone, which I've never done before, but I wanted to go ahead and give it a try. What paint do you use and how do you apply the paint to the brush? So this particular brand that I've been using for the most part is called Citadel. It's pretty good. A lot of people don't consider it to be the best anymore, but it is what it is. I quite like this stuff. I'm diluting it quite significantly with water. Like I'm saying, like maybe like a 2-to-1 water to paint ratio. And I'm basically trying to only add a tiny little bit of paint to the tip of the brush, so it doesn't absolutely run out of control. Because if you add too much, it's gonna run, and then you get, you know, into weird weird spots where like the entirety of the paint is just gonna look funky. But I definitely dilute it very heavily. Okay, so supposedly the way you want to do this is by like stippling just the tiniest amount into the brightest spots. We can tidy this up with some glazes, I think, of Mephiston again. What's going on, Rainbow Kitty Cloud? Okay, so we gotta visualize the mini. Again, it's gonna be kind of like that, glued onto the other squig. So this guy is gonna be leaning to the side, kind of like so. Mostly relevant here as far as like the shadows go, right? So we gotta pay attention to some of that. I think I'm gonna glaze a little bit more of the darker base coat into some of these sections. Very thin down, just to tidy up some of the smudging. So diluting it way down. I'd rather do multiple passes than mess it up. So this is the original base coat that I used through the airbrush actually to like apply the entire coat all over the mini. Trying to see if I can smoothen out some of these transitions a little bit. So mostly directing the brush here towards the shadows. So the lift-off point should be in the part where you deposit most of the paint, right? So hey, thank you very much, Zarus. Glad you're enjoying it. Appreciate that. I'll try to be the perfect second monitor content, you know? That is my goal, to be the perfect second monitor content. Ruined? No, I don't think we'll ruin it. I think we're doing okay. Trying to smoothen out some of the little transition bits here. There's barely any paint on my brush. So while some of the brush strokes look a little aggressive, there's very little paint. It looks more harsh when it's still wet. I'm gonna add a little bit more to the shadow bits. A little bit of the darker red that we used. Just to add a bit of variety there. So I feel like this is all a little bit too plain. We can have some of that darkness in the, you know, absolute biggest recesses, but don't really need it to be too plain. Okay. Gotta wait a little bit until it's dry. But I think that lake is looking pretty cool, dude. I can add some like tiny little sharp lines to some of the brighter areas. Like for example, the little skin folds over here. Yeah, it's not super smooth. I feel like it looks smoother on camera than it is. Maybe that's a good thing actually, but... What's up, Mine? Good morning. You always say it's morning, even though it's like 6 p.m. or something. You've been renovating your new place? Nice. How is the new place, dude? Is it much better? Moving is always a pain, but when you're settled, it's good. It's way better? Ooh, that's a lot of Y's. I'm assuming that means it's way better. You'd love to hear it. Try and see if I can maybe tidy up the transitions here a little bit more by going with a brighter color too. Smooth all of this out a little bit. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, moving is always pricey. At least, I don't think it's ever gonna be free. And there is a certain point in life where asking people to help you move and stuff is also just kinda, you know. I feel like that's pretty easy to do when you're like moving out for like the first time or whatever, or maybe if you have like friends in their 20s or whatever, but if you're, I don't know, I feel like there's a certain point in life where if you're asking friends or family to spend their free Saturday to help you move too, like it gets very messy, right? It depends on how much stuff there is, I guess. But I guess there's always more stuff than you recognize. The best money you spent is, yeah, hiring movers. Yeah, fair. I've never hired movers before, but I haven't moved much in my life. I think next time I move, I have to basically hire movers. Last time it was mostly family. But, you know, we didn't have a lot of stuff. What's up, Brusick? How are you doing, dude? I just moved for my finances promotion and they paid me for the move? Yo! Oh, they paid for the move, but they paid it out as income. So you have to pay like 40% or whatever in taxes. Yeah, still better than paying 100% though. Still beats it. How you doing, Bersic? Okay, I think these couple of little, like these thin glazes that we've done really have smoothed out the transitions a ton. It looks way better now. Yeah, that seems fair, Uj. Your company pays for the movers and the packers and the layer fees and everything else? Man, that sounds so chill. That takes most of the stress away from anything. Yeah, my boss doesn't do anything, bro. My boss is a prick. Doesn't pay for shit. It's me, I'm my boss. What's up, what's going on, Serentis? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you. I'm painting a leg. For those of you from Serentis' channel. Hope you like legs. Where are my leg lovers at? Whew, it looks like a chicken. Thank you, Brain Yogurt. Yo, this leg, guys. I don't want to like flex or anything, but I'm pretty fucking happy with how that thing has turned out so far. If I can do the entire mini like that, so I've done the inside of the mouth so far, a little bit of the tongue, and then this leg. I think it's pretty sick. Yeah, if I can keep the whole thing going like this, that would be pretty sweet. How? I just painted it on stream, the whole thing. Literally the whole thing. Like literally just now. I think we have to build it up from here, right? So we'll do this section over here next. Just paint it, bro. What do you mean? Just paint it. Have you considered just painting it? Just play like Cyril, bro. Why don't you just play like Cyril? Okay, we'll go back to step one. And step one was glazing with corn red into the shadows. I'm assuming especially underneath these goblins, it would make sense, right, that it's kind of shaded. Thank you, Sarantis. I appreciate that. Do have to make sure that all of this is kind of unified too. So like I don't want this to be like a separate, you know, all of it needs to be in the same section, if that makes sense. This is a kind of a small area. So I did mix a little bit of the greenish, grayish, bluish color. It's the best way to describe it. I mixed a little bit of Incubi Darkness into the corn red base color. I will glaze with that into the biggest shadows, the deepest recesses. It creates this pretty nice little burgundy color. So I'm mostly just trying to think about where everything would be darkest. Again, especially underneath these goblins. So again, the squig is going to be kind of like that. So most of this area is going to be slightly darker, I think. I'll probably still use some bright highlights, mostly just because I think it's fun. It doesn't have to be entirely realistic, but if we think about it, like it's going to be hanging off to the side like so. So this area is going to be super bright, like the top of the head. This area should be a little bit more chill. A little bit more dark. Deepest recesses was your nickname in college? Thanks, man. That's really good information to share with the rest of the group, Biarto. You have a lot of deep recesses, huh? I love that for you. I think. I pictured this as like an animal, I guess, like leathery skin. I don't think it's slimy. I don't know what the lore, like I don't really know lore accurate wise. These kind of look like naked cats, you know, like these Sphinx cat. I'm pretty sure petting a squig like this is kind of like petting a ball sack, you know? That's what I'm imagining. Yeah. I hope that answers your question. Dude, I think Sphinx cats are pretty cool, but it does feel like you're petting a ball sack, let's be real for a second. I don't know, man, I don't know. This section over here is actually kind of tricky because deciding where the shadows are going to be is not so obvious. Deciding where the highlights are going to be is also not that easy. Just want to keep it pretty smooth, I guess. We'll see. Yeah, there are ways of getting like this this slimy stuff to be more slimy. So you see the little drooly bits coming off of his mouth? People have done like, I don't know if I'm brave enough to do that, because it's apparently pretty annoying work, but there is like Uhu glue Warhammer that people use to create like gory details and stuff. Like you can get like spider webs and that sort of thing. This is a TikTok video? It is a TikTok video, chat. Do you want to see a TikTok video? I know you all love TikTok very much. Where's my stream output? Ah, there it is. Yeah, so basically what you can do is you can do these like, people do they do pretty cool tricks with like different types of glue. And supposedly it kind of like hardens. So you can kind of like drag little lines. And supposedly when it dries, it creates like basically it's rock hard. Look at that. Now obviously that's extremely random. But in the right position, like with the right effect, this can look super cool. And if you add some like, yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point, Wrto. If you mess it up, you can't really fix it because it's glue, right? Like, but you can get crazy cool effects like that, where it actually looks like slimy, you know, dried up blood. So you could do that on the tongue here, but I don't know, man. Yeah, you can dissolve it. The thing about dissolving it though is that it would also dissolve the paint layer underneath. And what I'm trying to say is I'm a coward. I don't know, dude. Maybe. But I don't think I'm gonna spend all the time painting this only to like mess it up with some drooly bits. Also, there's nothing to really like string it around, I don't think so. I'll have to give that a shot though at some point in the future with, I don't know, maybe some Tyrannid Claw. It will make sense. But I don't think this mini is going to be for that. Okay. Gotta wait a minute. I'll mix in a little bit again of the orange, the Wild Rider red. Yeah, it says red. We all know it's not red though. It's definitely orange. Is this orange or red, chat? What do we think? That's fucking orange, isn't it? Like, I'm trying to figure out if it's like, it's yellowish red. And what do you get when you mix yellow into red, Abierto? What color do you end up with? Yeah, I did use an airbrush for the base coat. Mostly just for speed, though. Takes a lot less time. What time is it? Almost 6, okay. So we want to have some highlights starting right about right over here. Oh my God, jeez, I gotta fridges now. They're washing the windows outside. Act cool, everybody. I think they can hear me when I talk out loud. Shh. They're like, oh no, it's that weirdo who's talking English. He looks like an angry strawberry. That's what we're going for. Angry strawberry vibes. You could probably throw them in a blender. It'd probably make a pretty good smoothie, I'm not gonna lie. What's going on, Adam? Or Atom Kex? I think this little fold over here is probably gonna have to be the brightest. The little brightest portion over here. These couple of segments. A couple of these ridges can be quite bright too, I think, but. Good to actually see 225 people or so tuning in when I just randomly go live with something that I, you know, most folks don't follow me because of miniature painting on Twitch, right? It's kind of neat to, yeah, slowly still see the number going up, even though this is a very different category on Twitch. Nice to see. You guys are literally watching paint dry. Yes. How did you mask out the pieces you didn't want airbrushed? I didn't mask. So I do have some overspray. Like for example, I wanted to paint the lips with the airbrush, but I got some overspray over here on top of the head. So when we get to painting that, I'll have to fix it. So I wanted to go with like a fleshy belly. I could have masked it a little bit more, but you can see overspray over here too on the inside of that arm. I have already fixed it on the other arm, like the inside of the other arm, but this arm is not the right color. Thank you very much, Cheesy Gator. Gifting a sub to Spoons. Yeah, you can mask it, but I don't really like masking. Masking just does not seem fun to me at all. First sub of the day, by the way, isn't it? I think so. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bit too much paint on my brush. See, that's where the thumb is good for, chat. When you have too much paint on your brush and you're like, I need to get rid of it right now, but I'm already in position to paint. That's when the thumb comes in clutch. Okay, we'll have to wait a minute here until it's dry. What's the tongue for? Okay, the build order is to rinse your brush with water, right? Here's the build order. So after painting, you beat the devil out of it in your paint water cup, right? So now it's mostly clean. Then you dab it onto a paper towel. Right? However, now, you never know how much moisture a paper towel absorbs. And look, the paper towel kind of split the hair on the ends of the brush too. And then to reset it, you pop it in your mouth. And now we have the exact same level of moisture on the brush every single time, as well as a sharp tip. I'm telling you guys, man, being a brush licker is genuinely, it's probably not good, but I like the flavor, okay? No, I don't like the flavor. I have been told when I first started miniature painting that over time, every Warhammer painter becomes a brush licker. And I was like, bro, not me. Only idiots eat paint. Yet here we are. What army is this from? The Gloomspite Gids. Gloomspite Gids. You guys want to see the, while we wait for this to be fully dry, let me try and show you the Infernal Brush Mini. So Infernal Brush painted this exact same miniature for a painting competition called Golden Demon. And I think he got like, I don't know if he won or I'm not exactly sure. But this is what I would love to be able to paint one day, chat. I don't know if it's realistic. Look at how incredibly fucking, like I feel like my paint job so far has been pretty smooth, but look at this shit. Look at that. It is so buttery. You know how hard it is to make transitions like that? Oh, he's got like a mottled type of skin over here too with the carapace bits. So he went too red, like he made both of them red. Yeah, this is phenomenal. That is, you know, that is absolute world-class miniature painting right there. Apparently, and I didn't know this, but I was watching a video of him. Apparently he painted the box art. Like, the art on the box of the Mangler Squigs is apparently also painted by him. And then a couple years after that, he was like, no, I'm no longer at Games Workshop, but I still want to paint. He switched to, yeah, kind of sick. Fucking bro painted the box art too. It's pretty cool now. Shadarki was so surprised by it that he forgot how to write. There we go. Look. Yeah, it's insane. It's honestly insane. Yeah, he won the Slayer sword last year with Trug. Trug the Truggles. I have not really watched a lot of Critical Role. I know a lot of people love watching Critical Role on Twitch and on YouTube and stuff, but I never really got into it yet. Maybe at some point I will. Do they still make new content? I feel like I haven't heard the name Critical Role in a long time. But maybe it's just because, I don't know. There's a lot of different communities, right, on Twitch. The second campaign was the best, but it fell off a bit with the third. They ended their last season a couple months ago. Like, are they done, or they're just like prepping for the next season? Because I think a lot of the folks have like voice acting gigs and stuff, right? From what I understand. So maybe they're busy. I came for the painting, but I stayed for the brush licking. Thank you, Smallhead. That means a lot to me. Us brush lickers need to stick together. Do you think Infernal Brush is a brush licker? Like the guy I just showed you the mini from? Has to be, right? It has to be. You know what he does whenever he paints? I've seen a few of his videos. He puts on like these surgical gloves. Like he's wearing like all day around, he's wearing surgical gloves. Either he just loves latex, or it helps with the paint rubbing off. Or not rubbing off, I guess. Either way, when you consume the paint, you gain its power. Holy shit, I'm inspired. Master Uguay in the chat over here. When you consume the paint. Maybe he does surgery in his spare time. Yeah. I would imagine a lot of the top tier miniature painters would be great surgeons too. I mean, other than the knowledge. But at least the you know, the micro is there. I think I used to pinch the tip when you went to art school. What does that even mean, bro? You used to pinch the tip. I mean, I don't want to judge, but... I'm glad you guys feel very free to just share whatever is on your mind in the chat, don't get me wrong. Some of you may feel a little bit too free, looking at you, Alberto, but still. What happens in college stays in college. Not anymore, dude. Smartphones kind of send it all over the place. Not even in Vegas anymore does anything stay in Vegas. You always knew it was a pinch, or, whoa, that's a difficult word. A tip pincher? My college data is out there somewhere. Yeah, probably. Just don't go to college, then you don't have to spread your data either. GG. Easy win. Okay. Some of this paint, there's one of these paints I'm using that's a little bit chalky when it dries. It's probably the yellow. Yellow is always a pain in the ass. I don't trust yellow, dude. I've trust issues ever since I'm painting that orc. Legally distinct Hobbit music, yeah. Well, I painted yellow armor on the Oryx small head. Royalty-free Hobbit music playing in the background now. I quite like these really bright spots though. Looking at the mini we just saw, I think I'm gonna add a couple more of these little tiny... Is that too much? Like the absolute centers here of these bright spots. The mini we just saw from Infernal Brush. Like having little center highlights really does pop. Like in the middle of the muscle. Makes it look almost shiny. Don't really need a whole lot of it, but just in a few spots, it's kind of sick. Yeah. Gotta be brave. Gotta be brave sometimes. Trying to make sure that these parts are kind of merged together at least reasonably well. Don't really want to have these areas that I've painted separately look like entirely separate areas. May have to do like a little bit of like a recessed line over here. In the absolute deepest area. Where the leg connects to the torso, but... Okay, let's let that dry. No, it's not a hellhound, but I have heard strawberry, I've heard a bunch of different names. It's a Warhammer miniature, but... I'm just gonna hit it real quick with the air dryer, or the blow dryer. There's a little goblin hanging on top. 2 goblins. One over here that's got the reins, and then this guy that's barely holding on. It's part of a 2 miniature model. So these are 2 stacked on top of each other. This is the guy at the bottom. And he also has a guy riding on his back. So this guy is gonna get glued somewhat like that when it's done. Super cool miniature, man. Very fun. One sec. Just need to make sure that we dry this. I'm tired of waiting. All right. Yeah, it's a super cool mini. At least I think so, I don't know. You may think differently. You'd be wrong. Wait, no. You're allowed to have your own opinion, Chet. I'm just kidding. You're not. No, okay, no, you are. Maybe. Okay. Got to reestablish some of the brighter spots. What's your opinion? What should your opinion be? That this is a sick miniature. That's the only reason, dude. That's the only thing. Don't worry about it. No, like in general, the mini, like the sculpt itself, I think is one of the funniest. Like I feel like in general, Warhammer is kind of like a serious setting. There's a lot of like serious miniatures out there, you know? And these guys feel fun. They're not nearly as serious. Which I appreciate. Not everything has to be try hard. I am Skull, I am. Don't tell my mom. When you see her next time, I mean, don't tell her. No, I just paint. I just paint Speedy Mazza. There's no, I'm not painting for an army. So I'm just painting out individual minis. Or painting up, rather. Individual minis. Which I highly recommend as a hobby. It's very fun. You could also play, obviously, but... it's a fun skill to learn, I've found so far. What's going on, Daxel? Sometimes it's hard to tell which orcs are which game. Yeah. I'm sure there's people that will like, you know, even though it's technically not an orc from this game, they will try to just pull it into the other game because they like the molds better or the sculpts. Ultimately, if you're playing with friends or whatever, it really doesn't matter, right? Maybe for like official tournaments, there are some rules as far as that goes, but... a big part of the hobby is to be creative, right? And to have fun. Doesn't have to be too serious. So even though maybe some of the Age of Sigmar orcs should technically not exist in 40k, I think, you know, if you like the molds better and there's overlap between the units or whatever, you can probably use them. There are probably some friend groups out there, though, that are very strict when it comes to that sort of thing, but... yeah, there are literally demons that are identical. Like the Lord of Change, I think, is for both Age of Sigmar and then also 40k. Maybe the Demon Prince is as well. Maybe painting is a nice hobby. I'm glad if I can draw a circle that doesn't look like a square. No, I just paint. I mean, I hadn't painted in a long time before I picked up miniature painting. I used to paint a lot when I was a kid, like not miniatures, but I just like regular painting. I used to draw a lot and like, I don't know. It was always something I did, and then I just didn't do it for a very long time. And then when I realized, wait a second, this is something we can do with miniatures, because it never really was something that was on, like not really something I was ever aware of when I was young, I suppose. I'm sure it was very popular in many places, but just not where I grew up, I guess. I don't know. I would have loved this as a kid, but it wasn't really on my radar. So I only got into it about 1.5 years ago at this point, a little less. I believe Henry Cavill plays Custodes. They're pretty cool. Not my favorite, but they're pretty cool. Favorite mini I've painted so far? I mean, I showed it earlier because somebody asked the same thing, but my favorite thing so far? Hold up, I'll pull out my most recent mini. How about that? This one I painted recently. This is a Death Guard Plague Marine Champion. Warhammer 40k. No worries, no worries. I'm happy to flex, mate. I have painted these minis for many hours or so. I'm more than happy to flex. Spent a lot of time on it. I'm pretty happy with how this one turned out. The Sons of Horus Leviathan Dreadnought. Tried to make this one very grimdarky. So very dirty, very rusty, very gross. It's got a little bit of dust on it now, I see. Ay, ay, ay. May have to start dusting my minis, guys. Dust, oh no. How hard is it to remove dust off of miniature, Shiny? Can you just dip them in water? I'm guessing, I'm guessing I can't. If you varnish them, can you just dip them in water? I feel like you can. That's a good point. They've been playing Dust 2 and Counter-Strike for decades at this point. They're stuck with it, man. Trying to do like a a line highlight almost. Like a cylinder highlight. A cylinder shaped highlight, whatever we call it. Well, I've been practicing Moogle. I've been trying, thank you. Glad you think it's good. For a second I was a little concerned it was going to be too bright when we were doing the lake, but I mean, we could always shade it down a little bit. The more I paint, the more I am getting comfortable with brighter colors. For some reason, I tend to always shy away a little bit from brighter colors. I think it's nice. This is probably going to be the brightest thing I've ever painted, by the way, like this whole mini. Feels very bright to me. Like color-wise. Very different than Grimdark. Yeah, nerds generally shy away from light. It makes sense, I suppose. Okay, let's try and do these little tiny stipples of the off-white into like the absolute brightest spot. So there's some tiny bright spots over here. That I would like to add. Just as like extra little shiny bits. Make it look a little bit brighter. I have to try and glaze away some of the inconsistencies here. Warhammer is supposed to be grimdark. I know, but like I tend to paint just dark. I don't know. I paint. What would be my brightest mini? I mean, 40K in general is dark. I guess Age of Sigmar is a little bit more chill, a little bit more bright. The one dipped in paint was very bright. That's true. This one is also bright. This one is pretty bright, but that's also Age of Sigmar. It is a Slanesh demon. That one's pretty bright too. Yeah. Very different painting style though. Yeah, there are, yeah, Eldar and stuff is pretty bright, true. Hello Kitty Ultramarines, those are also pretty bright. Very true. Okay, we're gonna try and do some of these unifying glazes. Try to, oh, that's a little bit too moist. Too much paint on the brush. I sucked it up though with my brush. Trying to unify the color a little bit. Smooth out the transitions a tiny bit. I think that may be another little segment done over here, guys. Pretty pleased with all of that. I'm not so sure about the color of the spikes. I know I spent a lot of time painting the spikes earlier. I think I may mix it up a little bit. Custodies and a lot of Space Marines are fairly colorful. Yeah, I guess like Salamanders and stuff are pretty colorful too. I think they're a little too red. I think the spikes are a little too red. I'm gonna mix in a little bit of the black with Incubi Darkness. We'll try and see if we can maybe make them a little bit more greenish. Mix in a little bit of green into the color. Gotta tidy them up anyways after we paint these little segments. I think a little bit of green mixed in is gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit better. Obviously we'll add little lines and stuff to it later, but it didn't really need more red. There was already enough red. I'll highlight it with some more greenish lines as well, I think. Yeah, that's good. So there's Incubi Darkness for future reference, future loco. Incubi Darkness with black. If I say it out loud, I'll remember, right? Totally. Totally. I have faith in future loco. Otherwise, after recording. No, I think I can recognize the color anyway. Pretty good. Okay. Not bad. Little bit of a glaze with the green. Make them look a little bit more greenish for now. Well, obviously we'll have to add some highlights to those at some point in the future, but it's always nice to just have a bit of variety. Yeah. I am very happy with how this has turned out so far. I can maybe add a couple more glazes to tidy things up. Especially towards the shadowy bits over here. Maybe kind of over here too. Make sure that it's all nice and unified. But I think, what's going on, Jaso? I think that is this section of the mini mostly done. Should I varnish it? I should probably varnish it. Because I'm a little afraid I'm gonna be touching it and accidentally rubbing the paint off next time around. Probably a good idea to varnish it a little bit. Yep. I'm gonna go grab some, we'll use some Ultra Matte. Yeah, exactly. It feels like a save point, you know? It feels like a quick save moment. I want to be able to quick save this particular point. We got a Control S. Not that we can, like, you know, quick reload or whatever, but it's a Squig. Yep, it is a Squig. I'll use a little bit of AK Ultra Matte, which is very matte, as you may have already guessed by the name. I'll just dilute it with a tiny bit of water. I don't know if that will be the final varnish for this mini, but we'll see what I think of it, I suppose. Doesn't take a lot of time. I'll varnish the whole thing when we're completely done with it. But like this will do the trick. So this is going to matte the whole thing down a ton, which can actually work out really nicely. Generally though, the ultra matte, as you may have guessed, is ultra matte. Squigs are basically domesticated Tyranids? For real? I don't know how lore accurate that is, but this guy doesn't seem particularly well domesticated. I also did paint the mouth, the inside of the mouth. We can try and, even though that was kind of a quick job, I wouldn't mind having to redo that, but I also don't think we're gonna ever rub that paint off, but. Okay. They're not Tyranids, they're just like another species of orc. This is supposed to be an orc? Really? Look, don't ask me any lore-related questions for these guys. I have no idea. Maybe they're domesticated orcs then, Jesso. Which sounds a little cursed. Okay. I think that is me done for today, guys. Little 3.5 hour long painting session. And really all I've done is paint this leg and then the little back part right above it. But honestly, I do think it looks pretty sick. Yeah. So if we look at it from a little bit of a distance, right? So this is the distance you would be, I mean, if we're gonna do it very up close to the camera, you can see the brush strokes. But I don't really mind that, to be honest. I think it looks kind of good. Okay, I thought for a second this was a harsh transition, but that's the varnish that's still wet. I really like the little stipples in the middle. I've never really done that before on like skin, but the little tiny spot just to make things look extra bright is kind of cool. Yeah, this is neat. But like from a little bit of a distance, you don't really see any of the brush strokes. Like from this distance, it looks pretty clean. Well, I don't really paint for tabletop, right? I just paint for myself, really, but yeah. I mean, ultimately, this is, you know, here's my thumb. This is a tiny, tiny mini. Very pleased with how it's turned out. What is going on, everyone? Hope you're having a nice weekend. It's time for another stream. Woo! Hello, everyone. Insomnia here. Hello, Insomnia. Loco here. Hope you can maybe, I don't know, use this stream to fall asleep. Is that a thing? Maybe that's the thing. Guys, a couple days ago, I painted this leg and a little part of the back. I am very happy with how it turned out, and now we're gonna continue onwards. Moving forward towards, I guess, this portion of the head right over here. Yep. The plan for today's stream is to do a little bit of mini painting, then we'll do some StarCraft casting, and then we'll play some blueprints. That's the plan. It's gonna be fun, man. I'm looking forward to it. But first, whoa. But first, there you go. We gotta tidy up a little bit. Gotta try and see if we can maybe get some color here as well onto the head. That'll be really nice. So we have to make some decisions here at the start, right? So obviously I tried to do some base coating with the airbrush, and like some of these sections have some pretty significant amounts of overspray. So I think we'll probably consider this to be the cutoff point, somewhere over here. And then the chin section also needs to be red. Something along those lines. We'll have to tidy up some of the base coat first. So I'll get some of the Mephiston red. And we'll just try to add a little bit of water. Tidy it up a bunch. We'll see how it goes. Let's see. So the colors need to go, like this obviously needs to be base coated here too. This obviously will have to be brighter later on, but we'll just add a bit of color for it, or to it for now. I once more have my little reference image up on my phone with the picture that I took before I started painting any of it. That gives me a bit of an overview as far as where the highlights need to be. I also saw that I actually had a little bit of a spill over here on the other side of this, whatever it is. Ear? Is this an ear? I don't know what this thing is that I'm currently painting, but... You have a half marathon tomorrow? Ooh. First one, or? Is this going to be a real challenge? Because I know there's some folks out there that just run a half marathon like it's nobody's business and it doesn't matter for them at all. First time racing one? Okay. Good luck, man. That is going to be a fun challenge for sure. I've never signed up for something like that. And at this point, I definitely am not capable of running a half marathon, I can tell you that much. But good luck with that, dude. Anything in particular that concerns you? It's quite a distance. But I know there are some guys in the chat just run a half marathon like it's nobody's business, you know, like they just do it with ease. Maybe they're not here right now, though. So let's see. The angle is going to be somewhat like that. I feel like this in general is going to be kind of a difficult painting session, but we'll just have to try our best. I'm trying to imagine the angle at which this guy is going to ultimately be standing. So this area over here is going to be pretty bright, actually. This entire section over here on top of the head is going to be pretty bright. Wildfire smoke. Oh, geez. Okay, that is not the concern I expected. Dag. I'll get a little bit of the corn red out as well. And we can maybe like blend a little bit together with this color too. Get a little bit of wet blending going on already. Get some of these shadows established reasonably well. We also definitely want to have some shadow over here. I'll switch over to the corn red for the more recessed area here, which is a lot more of a burgundy type of color. Should be fine. Let's go on Rocker Girl. I'll mix a little bit of the other red in, just so we can glaze a little bit easier. Okay, some of these areas are going to be quite tricky to paint. I think I'll have a pretty hard, I don't know, a hard break here between the belly section and then the rest of the mini. It's gonna be a little bit annoying, but there's not really like one obvious location. I feel like this section over here is probably the best spot for a hard break between those two sections of the Mini. I'm doing pretty well, man. I can't complain. I slept in for a little bit today. It was nice and chill. I slept in until about, I think I want to say 9 or so. Which I don't do too often. Okay. I guess I'll try and go all the way around. Get a little bit more paint on my palette. All the way to the other side of the head here. Want to, of course, keep this all pretty smooth. If I can, I would like to have some subtle transitions here between these two colors, these two sections. You got late yesterday, your boyfriend was playing The Last of Us 2. Ooh, you were watching him play video games? I see, I see. It's a good game. Do you remember any of it? Because I believe you were here when I played through it too, right? A couple years ago. There's some spicy moments in that game. I recently watched the second season of the television show of The Last of Us 2. Yeah, we'll go all the way around. Probably makes sense. So again, the light is going to be at about that angle. So this section over here needs to be a bit brighter. The second season of The Last of Us 2 ends at about the halfway point of the second game. So you don't have to wait until the entire thing is done, but don't really want to spoil exactly where it ends. The thing did happen in the second season, yes. In like the second episode, I think, Zeke. Loran did not see it coming at all. I knew it was going to happen because I played the game. Pretty messed up. I like this color a lot. The only thing I don't like about the Mephiston Red is that it dries up. A slightly different shade than you would expect. It's a good color. It blends really well and it glazes really nicely. You can apply it very thinly and all of it is awesome, but when it's wet, the color is slightly different. Like this looks too bright right now, in my mind. Like this looks a little bit too saturated, but it's interesting about paint, man. All of these paints have like weird, different characteristics. I'll just do the top of the head here. So we'll go around the face today. So the leg and all the other skin will have to wait until a later time. Hey, there's actually a little spike that I had missed last time, apparently. Right underneath the drill section. We'll have to try and base coat that at a later time. So this area all needs to be relatively bright. We'll add a lot of orangey bright spots here. This curled up lip over here is a little bit funky. Trying to stay out of the recessed bit. Okay. This song sucks ass, man. I hate this song. What's going on, Unknown? Sorry, that was mean, but I don't like that song. We'll have to paint the lips too at some point. And the gums and all the rest of it. Okay. So I think the first thing we should probably do with this area on the Mini is deal with the shadows. Just like I did on the brighter leg over here. We gotta try and see if we can get some shading into the darker areas. So I'm gonna mix in a little bit of the off green, the Incubi Darkness, this very dark color to create this nice burgundy tone. And we'll try to glaze that into all of the shadowy bits. So any section that needs to be dark. That looks about right. Yeah. So, I've got my little reference image over here that I took before I started painting it, that I'll try to use as a guideline roughly to see where the shadows need to be and what direction I need to be painting into. So we need to make sure the shadows are going to be on this side. The top of the spike is pretty bright. Obviously, I'll have to make some guesses here too, but that's okay. Especially for these more recessed bits. We can assume those are going to be a little bit darker. I went quite bright on the leg actually, so I want to stay at least reasonably accurate with that part too. So everything is still nice in line. Underneath the leg obviously needs to be pretty dark. And then I'm assuming most of this section over here also needs to be pretty dark. Especially all the little crevices and stuff. I'm doing pretty well unknown, can't complain, dude. Had a nice productive morning. And I slept in, like I said, so it's nice. I think I slept like a good 9 hours, dude. 9 hours! Are you jealous? Nine hours is kind of OP, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. So again, the angle is like that, so that whole section does have to be pretty dark. This area over here also can definitely be pretty dark. It's gonna be a little awkward when I actually do paint in the belly. I get a little bit of paint in all these dark spots. This is all pretty diluted, right? So none of this is a particularly strong color. Very transparent, so the transitions should look pretty smooth. I'll also paint in the little eyeball recess bit. Obviously we'll paint the eye, but we'll do that at a later time. Don't know yet what color I want to go for with the eyeballs. Probably something bright and yellow. What's going on, Diaboli? How are you? Happy weekend. You came just in time. I'm painting in a nose. And I know how much you love those. Okay, so you can tell here, so the angle for the mini is gonna be kind of like that. So he's gonna be glued down at an angle, meaning that the left side, your left side, needs to be brighter than the right side. The shadows all need to be coming in mostly on this side of the miniature. So that's where we're trying to concentrate most of these shadows. I can definitely add some as well on this side though, just for like in all of the deep skin folds and stuff. Because that just would make sense. Feels like I barely have any paint on my brush sometimes, but that's exactly what we're aiming for. Sometimes it feels like I'm painting with just water. I'm doing pretty good, dude. Can't complain. Got some fun StarCraft 2 series I actually want to go ahead and check out today as well. And I found something in blueprints while editing. But I'll tell you guys about that later. I think I found a hint while editing my VOD for the second channel. It's okay, Tensor. Yeah, I don't really mind. Some people here might mind though, I don't know. But I've already heard some of it. I rated them actually at the end of my stream yesterday, only to find out that they were seconds away from ending the live stream. Like I literally tuned in into the outro. Like that's when I started watching. I sent you guys straight to a dead stream. Zoun's a Protoss. Zoun's a Protoss player. Very good Protoss. Well, Cyril's a Zerg player, man. Need I say more? Zerg seems pretty difficult at this point in time. Sounds very strong though. No crazy upset or whatever. I do find it interesting though, whenever there's like a match like that, immediately on the Reddit, people start balance complaining. Like rather than celebrating somebody's good results, people are like, no, 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 no. That is not what we do around here. We complain right away. Trying to smooth out some of these transitions a bit. Keep it pretty smooth. I haven't seen the games though, so I will definitely check out those games when they release the replay pack. You got annoyed by the hyped BO move commentary, so you're waiting for someone else to cast it? What do you mean by the hyped commentary? Like overhyped? Ah, yeah. I like BO. I don't know how much he's been casting lately. Sometimes when you haven't been casting too much, maybe it's a little bit tricky, but... Yeah, I get what you mean. I try to keep my cast mostly pretty lighthearted, I guess, but... Sometimes I get really into it too, and every moment feels like an exciting one. Okay, so we're starting to build up a little bit of difference. So this side of the face is way darker now than that side of the face, which is what we're going for. I mean, to be fair, Tensor, you've gotten very used to the super insanely high quality that I have to offer with my StarCraft 2 commentary, right? And I get it, dude. Like, whenever you're used to that, anything else just kind of feels like, you know, it's just, yeah. I kid. I'm Eastern European, so being happy and excited is suspicious. There you go. Would you call me Lofko? That's one theme I've noticed from Eastern Europeans. Most of them call me Lofko. Lofko. I saw some very happy and excited Polish people though last week. Does that count as Eastern Europe? I don't know. Probably Central Europe, huh? But after a couple of drinks, they got very excited and very happy. This is one of the trickiest things I've painted, actually. This whole face, like, it needs to be good, but it's also quite difficult because it's at such a big angle. I don't want to overshade here. We need to make sure we clean up some of these little marks that we've got now. I don't really care about it being perfectly smooth, but I do want to make sure that we don't have any crazy weird splotches on the Mini. So I'll spend quite a bit of time, I think, tidying up these transition bits. It's a nice thing about acrylic paints, you get these really easy to dilute transparencies, I guess. So we can kind of just dilute the paint more, depending on how much I want the previous layer to shine through. And it makes it pretty easy to get, at least to the eye, reasonably smooth blends. Loka, do you have a pattern while painting? Oh yeah, I do try. Well, I don't really have like a pattern as in like I am set in the way that I plan on painting something, but I do try to pre-plan everything ahead. Mostly just because I enjoy the process too. Some people don't, but I really do like, oh shit, I forgot drinking my coffee. Ay. Yeah, so for this one I'm trying something new that I saw somebody do in a video. I took pictures of the miniature at the angle in which this thing is gonna be glued down at some point to try and figure out where the shadows and the highlights need to be. I've not done that before, so I keep pointing, like I keep looking at this thing. So I'm trying to like, so if you look at the paw over here, that is supposed to be the brightest spot, right? And I think I may have overdone it a little bit on like the knee, for example, but I don't think it really matters too much. But I'm trying to sort of keep this in mind when I'm painting. And I gotta say, this is the first time I'm doing it, but I really like the process. I think we'll hopefully at least get some really nice values like this. So this is kind of what I'm trying to follow along with here. I'm gonna obviously use the same colors on this entire Mini. I'm gonna make this one bright green, by the way, is what I've decided. The other Mangler Squig that's part of this this duo is gonna be bright green. I think it'll be really fun. So the colors I'm using so far are these. These are the three I've used today. Mephiston Red for the base coat, Corn Red for the slightly darker sections, and then Incupied Darkness mixed into the Corn Red for the darkest shadows. So that's the three that I've used so far today. We're gonna be moving on to a little bit of highlighting. And first off, I want to be highlighting with a little bit of Wild Rider Red, but I'll mix in a little bit of the original base coat, so one value lighter, so we don't go for too harsh of a transition. And we'll basically just keep building it up. So I get a little bit of the Wild Rider Red, and I've been building it up on the other leg over here. First off towards Fire Dragon Bright, which is a pretty bright color, and then the little stipple bits, like the absolute brightest spots, are with Ushapti Bone. So this is actually an off-white. So those are the, you see the absolute brightest little values in the middle of these little muscles? Those are Ushapti Bone. Very tiny values, very tiny amounts of it, but it works quite well. What's going on, Tensor? Oh shit, thank you, Gabe, for the Discord announcement. Yeah, I don't know why, Oh, you know what? Maybe I do know why. I've set up Discord in such a way that it shows the game that I'm playing, but I think that may override the fact that I'm live streaming. Oh shit, where do I do that again? Where did I set that up? I have no idea. Game overlay? Is it the game overlay? No. No, it's a setting. I've set up a setting in Discord that displays the game that I am currently playing. And I think that overrides the fact that I am live streaming or something, but I have no idea where the fuck I set that up. Does anybody happen to know? Because it says I'm playing OBS Studio right now, which is what I'm obviously streaming from. Does anybody know where you can change that setting on Discord? Maybe it's a personal setting? I want to see if, because I haven't had LocoBot announce anything now in a little while. Add your pronouns? No, I don't need to add my pronouns, that's okay. I don't want it to show any of the games I'm playing at all. Like, I want to turn that all off if I can, but I have no clue where. I'm looking through all of the settings right now, but it's a miss. Activity and then privacy? Where do you see activity? Oh, maybe streamer mode? Activity, privacy, share your... Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay, did LocoBot just work? Yes, LocoBot just announced it. Very nice. We are so back, gamers. Thank you. All right, let's get a little bit of the Wild Rider Red in there. We are so back, man. We have never been more back than this, actually. Like, this is the most back we have ever been. How do you do, fellow back gamers? Okay, I'll get a little bit of the Mephiston Red. I'll mix that on my palette with a little bit of the Wild Rider Red to just get a an updated color value that is slightly brighter, but not full Wild Rider Red. Are we more or less back than the Backstreet Boys? I don't think the Backstreet Boys are back, dude. They were back. Dude, Dragoon, I have had this model for a little bit, and I felt like I wasn't going to be able to do it justice, so it's been living in a drawer since my birthday, which was back in October. But I've been practicing a lot of mini painting, so I'm hoping I'm going to be able to do it justice, because the Mangler Squigs look amazing. Okay, so we're going one step brighter here. A little bit too much moisture on my brush. Okay, gotta go one step brighter here. I think I'll focus here on the bottom section of the mini a little bit more for now. Obviously, we don't want to go too bright in any of these spots. But we can make it a little bit brighter in some areas. Any of the raised areas should be okay, I think. You just got to finish a Mega Nops that you got for your birthday 4 years ago. I think that's just a Warhammer experience, man. People just save up miniatures with the intention of painting them one day. I think it's kind of fun, though, to have a collection of things that you might want to paint, because at least you can, you know, you can look at your pile of shame and decide what you are excited for painting next time. I think it's fine, as long as you only get minis that you actually are excited to paint. Like if you just buy willy-nilly a bunch of random stuff. There's some folks out there that buy every box. That just seems like a waste, but... Ooh, nice. Yeah, I have a few boxes of miniatures now that I do plan on painting one day. I've been told this is the true Warhammer experience. Is my account SAF? I have no idea what that means. Save at I don't know. But welcome to the stream, Netter. Oh, it's my accent, sorry. SAF. Oh, South African. No. Funny you say that though, because I'm Dutch. I'm from the Netherlands. And my ancestors did go on a little boat all the way to South Africa and, you know, planted a flag there and all that. Funny that you, huh. Okay, so this side of the face is obviously going to be pretty bright. Did I take a picture of that side of the face too? I don't remember. No, not really. I need to be better at my pictures, but it's okay. This whole section needs to be pretty bright. Thank you, dude. Okay, so the light again is gonna hit from this angle over here, meaning that all of this, I'll build it up slowly. I don't really want to go too crazy here immediately, but all of this needs to be pretty bright. Trying to stay out of the recesses. Do need a little bit of room here so I can actually put in the brighter values as well, because if I just make this too narrow right now, I'm not gonna have the space to put in the brighter values later. We'll do like a couple of loops around the mini like this. So this whole section over here needs to be a lot brighter. Okay. I'm not too worried about hitting any of the spikes here. We'll base coat those later again. Thank you, Chaos. Yeah, we'll switch to StarCraft 2 in a little bit. Maybe another hour or so of painting. We'll see. Depending on how well everything's going. Okay. Going around again with the same color. Try to build it up a little bit more. Trying to add a little bit of texture over here below. Should be fine. A little bit of color variety is nice. now we're again on the bright side of the Mini, so we could be a little bit bolder. Okay. We'll do a little bit of tidying up again in a moment. For now, this should be fine. So let's see. We want to make sure that this is all pretty dang bright. Lekker bekjes. Oeh, lekker acteurs. That's a very South African word too, by the way, lekker. They love the word lekker in South Africa. In Dutch, it just means tasty, for the most part. In South Afrikaans, they use the word lekker as in like, cool, awesome, delicious. Like it's the whole spectrum, which I think is pretty funny. Almost, you know, the same language, but then very much so going into different directions with some of the word meanings. Okay, so where are we at? Slowly building it. Okay, next up we're gonna go pure Wild Rider Red. So this was the mix that I've just done with Mephiston Red and Wild Rider Red. And now we'll move it one value brighter. So this is an orange. And I want to keep this within the previous step, mostly. So the idea is to basically constantly build up brighter and brighter values. Now again, this dark section of the skin, this recessed shadowed section of the skin doesn't have to be too bright. So this may be the final color we really apply over here. We'll see. Maybe I'll feel like adding some more. If I make a mistake, I paint over it, yes. That is the wonderful thing about using these paints, man. You can basically just paint over it a million times. The paint layers are so thin that it doesn't really matter. Okay, maybe a million times would actually be a problem, but... Well, I speak a lot of English. I speak a lot more English than I speak Dutch. I've been doing YouTube and you know, Twitch for a very long time at this point. So if you go back to some of my old videos, like if you scroll up or you sort my YouTube videos to old first, you can hear that my accent has changed a lot over the years. Maybe it's still changing, I don't know. I've been trying to work on it though, make it better over time. Hopefully it's okay. But you'll have a lot of common mistakes that Dutch people make. Like for example, in Dutch, there's very little difference between the pronunciation of the letter V and F. So that is one of the most common things you'll notice from Dutch people, where they will pronounce the two letters almost identically. So it becomes videos instead of videos. That is one of the things I really struggled with. Another thing that we don't have in Dutch at all is the TH sound. So like for example, the word with. A lot of Dutch people will pronounce that as with or wit. Supplementing in a T or an F instead. I'm also not great at it though. I notice I'm better at it at the end of a word, but if it's like in the middle of a word, it's tough. English is also pretty inconsistent in general, so like a lot of words don't really make a lot of sense. But really, one big advantage of learning English is that I can just kind of pick and choose whatever accent I want to be pronouncing a word from. So I can use the word, I don't know, vitamin and aluminum in the same sentence, and nobody really cares. I mean, you'd have to have a really weird sentence, but... where both of those words seem relevant, but anyways. Very frowned upon to say aluminum as a British person, I'm pretty sure. Or vitamin if you're an American. It's a bit tricky to hold this mini. I'll try and use the right or the side of the brush here. Some of the bright spots here on the forehead. We'll have to go with some sharper highlights here at some point, but for now this will do. Let's see, where are we at? The face is definitely going to need a lot of refining, but that's okay. I think I'll do another loop around the entire miniature, or the entire face, with this color, same color. Try to smoothen out some of these little transitions over here. We'll have to shade into the other direction as well in a moment. Try to really smooth everything out. I think that'll be the next step before we go one value brighter again. Yeah, it's getting there. Slowly moving. I don't really want to do like centralized, like I don't really want it to be too circular, you know, in all these locations. So I want to make sure that we get a little bit of almost like a randomness in there. I don't want it all to be too isolated. Like some of these sections do need to be connected for all of it to make sense. What's up, Gregarious? How are you doing today? What's up, Eliminator? Maktovus, did I already say hi to you? I don't know if I did. Okay, you snuck into the chat. Oof, cheeky, cheeky. Okay, so we'll shade back a little bit with a very thinned down color for the previous step, with a little bit more Mephiston red added into the mix too, just to try and smooth out some of those transitions, because I do want it to be nice. So extremely thinned down, very little paint on a brush. And then shading in the direction of the shadows. Hey, what's up?
Whoop whoop. 100 or so. I moved to a new city and Hollybeaver Dam. Does a sexual frustrated male in his 30s has a lot of stuff from abandoned hobbies.
Sorry, what? You moved to a new city? And a holy dam? Oh, geez, all right. Well, thank you for oversharing on the program. And thank you very much for the 50 months. Four truckloads? You had 4 truckloads of hobby stuff? Too many hobbies, dude. That does seem like a little much. As someone who also has quite a few hobbies. And who also has a tendency to go a bit overboard. That does seem like quite a lot, yeah. Well, time to pick up miniature painting. If you weren't already. Actually, didn't you share a bunch of pictures on the Discord? Lego, gardening, motorcycle, 3D printing, gaming. Do you have a full truck full of Lego? Like, what are you... 4 trucks! Lego, gardening, motorcycle, 3D printing, and gaming. None of those seem to warrant 4 trucks. Or is it motors? I don't know anything about motorcycles. Maybe motorcycles take up a lot of space, yeah. Hope you're recovering well, by the way. You had an accident, right? Didn't you, Program? Didn't you say you were in an accident? I think that was you, right? Somebody in the chat mentioned a few weeks ago they were in a really, really bad motorcycle accident. It's one of the downsides of seeing you guys as usernames only. Hard to remember sometimes who said what. Foot and shoulder still hurts? Oh, dang. Okay. That sucks. You have about 17,000 euro in Lego, according to Bricklink. I'm not familiar with Bricklink, but I'm assuming this is a tracker website or something where you can keep track of all your Lego collection. But you can always tell yourself that it's an investment, because you could always technically sell it again, you know, for like half of the price that you picked it up for. So you can just, it's very easy to justify, you know? That does sound like a lot of Lego. You will never sell it, I know. That's what I see a lot in like a lot of hobbies, you know, where people are justifying their purchase because they could always resell it. But ultimately, I feel like a lot of folks never resell anything out of a hobby. Maybe some people do, but it's kind of a hassle. Oh, you have, okay, you have 3 motorbikes. I see. Okay, yeah, that definitely, okay. Suddenly the 4 truckloads makes a lot of sense. There's Pokemon cards selling for 3K. Well, Pokemon cards is an excellent example, right? Because like you can buy all of the cards or the booster packs and open them. But are you gonna go through the hassle of sending and shipping out and listing a $5 card? Some folks will. But there's a good chance that a lot of Pokemon card collectors have like $1,000 plus worth of $5 cards that they could theoretically sell but never will, because it's too much of a hassle. What's good on Damir? Okay, so here we are currently with the face, slowly building up these little values. I'm very pleased with how this mini is coming along so far. It's already a lot more in line with what the leg looked like, right? We're gonna go one step brighter. I can tidy all of this up later. You've got about $1,000 on 5-cent bulk cards? Right. What do you do with your 1,000 version of water energy or whatever it's called? What are you gonna use it for? Wait, your new house came with 2 cats? How does that work? Okay, so I'm mixing the Wild Rider Red together with this new brighter color called Fire Dragon Bright. Before switching to a pure, we're doing like a 50-50% mix. And I'm gonna try and stay again within the previous steps. I'll build up the values a bit. Hey, Damir, thank you.
Glad to see mini painting back. Nice work.
Thank you very much, man. Yeah, I love mini painting. It's so much fun. Glad to see or glad to know there's people out there that enjoy watching it too. Thank you, Namir. This is basically a space pug, yeah. Not a bad comparison to make. What's up, Dylan? Building up the values. I gotta say, chat, this is a very, very fun project so far. I feel like we get to be a little bit artsy with this one, you know? Like we can actually like have visible paintbrush strokes and be okay with it. Doing great. Actually gonna buy a house. Yo, let's fucking go, Dylan. You mentioned you were looking for a house like a fucking year ago. You actually got an offer accepted? Big. Congrats. Do you have to move your studio then as well? Your painting studio, I mean? The house will have an attic that you can use for miniature painting? Let's go, dude. You also recently bought a house, Netterjack? Congrats, dude. Making IRL gains. You have 20 square meters is very respectable for miniature painting. You really don't need a whole lot of space. That's awesome. How big is this room? I'm trying to think how big this room is. This is probably about 20 square meters. If I were to make a guess, this room, maybe, I don't know. This is good. This is a good amount of space. You don't want too much either, man. If it's too big, you just get echo and stuff if you want to stream. There's definitely an upper limit. Am I doing my nails? Yep. You love that the wall is all cupboard over here? Yeah, dude, I have, well, I mean, we need space, right, to store stuff. Cupboard wall is OP. This cupboard was actually already here when we moved in. The previous owners, they asked if we wanted it removed. I was like, no, you know what? We could probably make use of it. They were either gonna break it all down and, you know, throw it away. Free wardrobe, baby. Big. Okay. Not too shabby, not too bad. You have a slanted roof though? I see, I see. Still though, having dedicated space is always good. I'm jealous. I'm about to lose my hobby corner because your daughter is getting old enough to have her own room. So I'll get relegated to the basement where you have no internet. Ah, I see, Damir. Can you not run a cable downstairs? I feel like having a basement without internet is kind of pointless. May as well just store it or just use it for groceries or something. Dang. Prioritizing your daughter over your own hobby time. Can't believe this. Yeah, I never considered this when I was a kid. Like, my parents didn't have their own, like, you know, a room or whatever, right? Like, I had a room, my sisters had a room. We shared a bunch of space, but my parents didn't have their own, like, a room. And I never thought about this as a kid, but I never really realized that it's actually very nice to have as well as an adult. Like, just having your own space. Like, for just hobby and, you know, work and all that is very overpowered. What's going on, Fear Dragon? This is a Mangler squid. No Mangler squid, I'm afraid, man. Nope. Yeah, my dad also has about 1 million hobbies, but when I was a kid, he had to, like, you know, stash everything away. So every time he wanted to go do something, he would have to, like, bring it all out and then, you know, set it all up. And then when he was done a couple hours later, he would have to put it all away again. And ultimately, it's a way to do it. And obviously it's better than nothing, but I think you're far more inclined to not pick up, I don't know, in my case, for example, a brush and start painting minis if I had to go and set it up every time. Easier to go out and drink. Actually true. Trying to get some reasonably smooth transitions. I don't want it to be too smooth. That might be a cardinal sin for a lot of mini painters, but I actually don't really need it to be too smooth. Too smooth might be overrated. You have a good one, Natter. Take care. Oh, I do have some music in the background, yes. I can definitely bump it up a tad. Sorry, I didn't realize it was super low. How about that? Maybe that's a bit much. Maybe that was a little bit much. How about that? Is that better? Nah, I'm lazy. That moment when your offer on a house gets accepted. You're like, yes, it got accepted. Fuck, it got accepted. Shit, man, fuck. Now I actually have to go and like, What in the Mongolian throat singing is going on in this background? Houses are expensive, yeah. Especially when stuff breaks too, man. Like I've had like, over the last year, we had a bunch of shit break in the house. And it's not a fun time. Like I did the math a few weeks ago as to how much we had to spend on the house over the last 365 years, or days. And it wasn't my favorite thing to do. Like we have a tiny shed, right, where we store a bunch of like stuff. Like our bicycles, for example. I mean, we're Dutch. Very important. And the roof of the shed started leaking. So some of the stuff on the inside ended up rotten. The roof had to be fixed. Easy money spent. We had the central heating break. Like our gas heater had been here ever since they built the house. And apparently in like, I don't know, like the 17 years or whatever in operation, it was no longer capable of doing the job. And that had to be replaced too. Now, how much can a water heater cost? I don't know. Then a couple weeks ago, we had the fridge breakdown. That was suboptimal. There was something else as well. Something else broke too. Anyways, shit always breaks. Sometimes you have those days, I guess, or those years where everything just seems to come together. Yeah, water heater is like 2K. So in the Netherlands, I know in some places apparently you can install it yourself or whatever, but in the Netherlands you can only do it by somebody that's licensed for it, because obviously you don't want to have carbon monoxide poisoning and all that. So you have to find somebody that's licensed to go ahead and do so, and then you have to buy the unit. It's the type of stuff that always costs more than you realize. Fun times. You like feeling dizzy? Or dying? I mean, carbon monoxide is terrible. You have to do the windows, the floors, kitchen, electricity? Ah, jeez. You're like, how much could a window cost? A glass pane for a window. How many windows do we need? Like, I don't know, 9 or whatever? How much could it cost? And you realize, oh shit, glass is also expensive, because if you want to, you know, trap the temperature outside and inside and all that, you got to make sure it's like multiple panels and multiple panes. Yeah, good times. You have to replace all the heating. It's from the 1970s and it's heavily outdated and not up to code. Yeah. Makes sense. Jeez. Well, good luck with that, Diamond. But I'm glad you found something. Yeah, sometimes we think about moving. And then I think about all the hassle that it would, you know, create. And the fact that I do whatever, you know, what I do for a living is also not necessarily the most reliable thing. I don't know, man. Maybe you guys will stop watching. I don't know, dude. A new mansion? Well, I don't know if we can call it a mansion, dude. What time is it? Oh, a little bit more. We could do a little bit more painting. I'm gonna go pure Fire Dragon Bright. This is going to be the brightest spots. And I'll try to glaze it within the brightest areas. You just finished planning your 200-kilometer cycling route? Dang. Good luck, good luck. One day? One day? Dang, that's a lot. Nah, it's getting up to the same level though. What's going on, Shaw Spire? Warfield! Another Gorgon. No, this is not a Gorgon. This is a Mangler Squig. A little different than a Gorgon, but... Warfield! How are you doing, Shaw Spire? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we got a new fridge. We got a new fridge 2 weeks ago. Very hyped, dude. Our new fridge is way colder than the previous fridge, guys. I don't know if I've been living a dangerous life for the last decade, but supposedly you're supposed to keep your groceries at like 4 degrees Celsius for like, you know, minimum amounts of bacteria growth. Yeah, and I had my previous fridge running at 100%. Like, it was basically set to the maximum amount that it could run. But my new fridge definitely is way cooler than the old fridge. I don't know, dude. It seems like my current 4 or 5 degrees is a lot cooler than my previous 4 or 5 degrees. It's a little bit suspicious, yeah. But we made it, you know, so... I'm gonna make the assumption the new fridge is doing a much better job at keeping stuff cool. Yeah, I did. So I validated it with like a glass of water, and I used like one of those thermal probe temperature thingamajigs that you use for like food and stuff. So I dipped the like the end of the probe in the water. I felt very smart doing that, Pharaoh. I'm not gonna lie. I saw a problem and I came up with a solution. Well, I can't measure the old fridge anymore because they took the old fridge away. But yeah, new fridge is working and it's not leaking water, which is really nice. Highly recommend to have a fridge that does not leak water. Okay, so again, the angle that the mini is going to be in is going to be like this. So he's going to be at an angle. So, okay, so for those of you that have not seen this mini before, I've shown this a few times already, but it's been a little bit. We have the base of the mini with a little guy trying to run away, which I think is pretty cute. Then on top of that is going to be this guy. And then on top of this guy is going to be this guy. And this thing is going to be at an angle, kind of like so, onto the, other Mangler Squig. So we need, we need the most of the highlights to be concentrated on, like, imagine the light source coming in from this side over here, so in that direction. Meaning that this side of the mini needs to be darker than that side. So maybe I should mix in a little bit more of a brighter color still. I actually kind of over brightened the, I could make the other side a bit darker, and maybe I will, but I think I'm gonna mix in just a little bit of an off-white as well. Make it look extra shiny. Yeah, we didn't get a fancy fridge or whatever, just a fridge that, you know, cool stuff and has a reasonable electricity usage. Because we're old and boring people, Chet. Old and boring people care about the amount of electricity that a certain household appliance uses. How lame is that? Do I turn off the lights? Yes, I have an automated light thingamajig. I did hear that the new fridge started beeping though, dude. Apparently when I accidentally leave the door open of the fridge, it makes like a beep, 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 beep type of noise. I don't want to flex or anything, but I hope you're all very impressed. The beeping is the autosave? Yeah, maybe you're right. You could be onto something here. You won't be happy when it starts beeping in the middle of the night? Well, if it starts beeping in the middle of the night, it means I've accidentally left the fridge open. I would be glad, actually, if I can go downstairs and close it. Yeah, I can spend the head for like another 10 hours. I can spend like another 10 hours painting this head. Okay. Slowly getting there, gamers. On the face. I think I'll do some thin glazes into the area that is supposed to be a little bit more recessed. I'll just do some thin glazes of Mephiston Red, which is the original base coat, very thin, in all of these sections over here. So this area over here is a little bit too bright, or a little bit too bright for my liking. We'll try to unify it all a little bit by introducing the original base coat color again. Also because this is supposed to be the darker side of the miniature, right? So we can kind of introduce a little bit more of that dark color again. I'll also get a little bit of the corn red in the absolute deepest sections over here. And this is gonna make the whole area a bit darker, but it should also actually help out smooth the transitions just a bit. We can do this a couple of times if we need to. Oh, I'm gonna lick that off. Okay, nice. Licked it off successfully. I accidentally spilled onto the lick. Lick it off, dude. I'm telling you guys. Tongue is OP when it comes to miniature painting. Don't know why I felt the need to clarify that. Because otherwise you guys would, you know, take it out of context, you know. I wouldn't want to. Wouldn't want to confuse anybody here. I'll unify some of this over here too. Very thin. Moving the brush in the direction of the shadows. The tongue is meta, absolutely. I mean, you only have a few seconds before it starts drying. And getting your finger in those clumsy, tiny spots is a little tricky. Okay. bad. We're gonna do some sharper highlights, especially for the face. I'm gonna follow these little ridges over here that are sculpted really nicely into the model. Still thinking about where the highlights need to be. Oh, was I out of the frame there? I'm sorry. Oof. I keep checking over my shoulder to see if I am within the frame, but sometimes I accidentally move out of it. I don't have the easiest monitoring here. Just shout at me, okay? Maybe use the text-to-speech, how about that? Just donate bits every time I'm accidentally painting out of the frame. That way I can move back, you know? Thank you, Gutschmush. It's a perfect method. What do you mean? It's the perfect method. You're in the frame? Thank you very much, Shawspire. See? It worked! Actually, you know what? Every time there's a notification popping up, I will look over my shoulder regardless. So, you know, doesn't even have to be just bits is what I mean. Can be anything, really. Sometimes I get a little bit too much into the zone, you know, I just forget I'm supposed to be painting within the frame.
You're still in the frame.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Aris-kun. See, that's very useful. I like this. This is a great idea, man. How did I not come up with this sooner? Just remind me every minute or so. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Totally not a sellout, right? Thank you, Chris. I'm trying my best, man. I'm trying to make this mini look as good as I can. And so far, I'm loving this project. It's very fun. It's also going to be a long one though, so I'm glad about that, because, you know, if I wouldn't be enjoying it that much at this point, this is going to be a project that's going to take a while. No, no weird fumes with this type of paint. This is an acrylic-based paint, so it's water-based. Oh, it has been a wild world. Yeah, no, it has been a long time. I've kind of lost a bit of interest myself too, to be honest. In watches in general. Okay. Ooh, your body just bought a pocket watch? Nice. Yeah, what's going on, Echo? Pretty pleased with how this thing is coming along, I'm not gonna lie. In some of the brightest areas, especially in the face. Actually, I need to highlight the lips a little bit more here. I'll probably do something else with the lips later, but as a base coat, we can add a little bit of color variety in there, I think. Because I've already highlighted some of them. I want to go a step brighter still for like the most interesting parts of the face. And go with like the off-white instead. So have we gone bright enough, guys? If we're at this angle over here. Yeah, I think so, man. It's looking pretty nice. I'm gonna go with some of the brightest color. Just pure. Pure Ushapti bone. That's an off-white. It's like a stone type of color. And we'll use this to emphasize some of the features of the face. Especially on this side of the face. Anything that would naturally catch the light. Well, Bob Ross would do episodes in like 25 minutes, man. Hard to paint minis in that amount of time, but, you know, technically doable. Trying to emphasize all of these little ridges underneath the spikes. Also actually want to highlight some of this over here. We have to do the lips, I think, at some later time. Could spend a lot of time highlighting all these little ridges and stuff, but it's gonna silver light. That's a bit much. Technically the light doesn't hit here. But it looks so nice. To get some of these fleshy colors too. Rather than just orange and red. Looks like a Pokemon, yeah. Makes me want to highlight some of these other parts too that we already painted last time around. Right over here. We can make them slightly brighter too. What are we thinking, Chet? Good? Have I gone too overboard with the face? He looks hungry, yeah, he does. He does look a little bit hungry. What are the eye colors on the official box art? I want to have a little peek. Mangler, Squig. Actually, I have the box right over here in front of me. Yeah, they're yellow. They're bright yellow. Bright yellow on the box art. So this, I think, is supposed to be like a replacement eye or something, I don't know. Like the one on this side, this looks like a real eye, but the other one is like a glossy ball on the box art. Not exactly sure why. Hungary mentioned? Yeah, he does look like Hungary. He looks like you, Echo. Huge compliment. You're a bit hungry too? No, you don't go to the grocery store while hungry, man. Come on, that's a rookie mistake. Everybody knows that. Ooh, look at that. That immediately makes everything pop. Yeah, it's got some sort of eye protector over here on this side. I don't know what this is supposed to be, but look at the one eye over there. It's way smaller than the other one. The eye is the mirror to the soul. Dang. Very true. Okay, I think I'm gonna just wash the eye socket a little bit with some diluted paint, just to try and get a little bit more emphasis and some color variety. What's going on, Stodoko or Stokdo? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but thank you. And I think I'll try to highlight some of this section over here too, actually, while I'm thinking about it. So I just want to try and wash this mostly into the entirety of the eye socket, which is going to settle in between these recessed little sections quite nicely. So we get a bit more separation between the bottom eyelid and the actual eyeball itself. I make a video, so the fact you don't know how to pronounce my name means you don't watch them. Off. I did not watch them, dude. Sad days. Can't believe I don't watch literally every single video on the internet. That's rough. Okay. You keep a high standard. I like that. So the eye socket itself over here, like this little carapace bit over here, I'm not sure exactly what to make of this part. I think it's supposed to be just like a strong carapace type of thing. I'm gonna try and dilute a little bit of the Mephiston red again. Try to make this look a little bit less strong. Same for the section over here. Same for the section over here. Same for the section over here. Mellow out those colors just a tad. This part I really like. This part less so. Okay. Okay. What's going on, Coot Game? Ah, my bad. I'm gonna try and mix a little bit of the colors here together. The darkest red with the brightest white. Just to highlight this little hard carapace bit around the eye socket. I think it's some sort of protective armor or something. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it has some pretty strong defined edges. I think pink will do. Going around the edges. Not bad. I'll go one step brighter. Mix more of the Karak, what is it? No, Ushapti bone into it. For the most defined sections. And maybe just a touch of like a little dot in the corner. Make it look extra bright. Of pure Ushapti bone. What the heck? Do it a little bit more. I'm going to try and relayer the yellow here of the eye socket. because it's muted down a little bit, just a middle bit. Plus this is yellow paint. Yellow paint never has the best coverage. Because it's yellow. Oh, jeez. I spilt. Can I wipe it away? Not really. Spilled a little bit onto the eyelet. Okay. Good. Use a little bit of the wash again. Don't want to flood it. Okay. What sort of, do we go for any pupils or do we leave it here? What do they have on the box art? Let me see. Yeah, they do have little, little black dots in the middle. Like little slits. Okay. What the heck, dude? I was gonna paint until a half hour ago, but we're kinda in the flow. I'm feeling brave. I'll get out my tiniest little brush. A 10-0. So this is a size 1, the one that I've been using this entire time. It's so freaking small. I think I'll go for a dot. Gotta be brave. We can work with that. I'm gonna try and make the right one slightly smaller. Add a little bit of yellow around. Well, sorry, I had to really had to lean forward there. Let's give that a moment to dry. Well, I didn't really want it to be perfectly in the center, but maybe we did need to put it a little bit closer to the center, I don't know. They actually have tiny little white dots too in the box art, like right inside of the black. Am I brave enough for that? I think it's an off-white. At the top of the see if I like this. We can always paint over it. Very hard to see the black now. No, these are Kolinsky Sable brushes, a matte red. I do recommend them, yeah. They make painting way more fun. They keep a point for way better, for way longer. Okay, I think that'll be it for this mini for today. I am gonna apply the quick save method, so I don't accidentally rub anything off. I'm gonna apply a little bit of ultra matte varnish. Which size would I say I use the most? So for this mini, I've pretty much exclusively used that size 1. Now, size 1 is not the same in every brand. Like some brands have very, like it's not universal. So this is specifically a Rosemary & Co. size 33, which is similar to a bunch of them. But I've used like a Raphael 8404, which is also Kolinsky Sable, a size 1, and those feel way bigger. But I mostly use 1 00, 1 and 00, maybe 2 and 00. Hey Gambler, what's up?
I know it is not on topic, but tighty T for everything you do in destroying the StarCraft 2 ladder. There been such a drought.
Hey, glad you enjoyed it.
Friends Tilda.
Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. I will continue playing ladder for sure. Okay, I'm gonna try and apply a quick little coat of a varnish. So this is a matte varnish. It's gonna dull the colors down a little bit, which I'm fine with. I can change the finish later on if I want to, but I'm mostly doing this so I don't accidentally rub paint off at a later time. Because the way I'm not wearing gloves or whatever while painting. And I have rubbed paint off of previous miniatures. And this is basically just a little protective layer. I don't know if it really even does much, but it's gonna unify the colors a bunch, which I think is nice. We can kind of just quickly apply this all over. May as well. I like doing this lately. I think it's good. This feels like using a quick save button, you know? It's not entirely done yet, the face, but... Okay. I tried Winsor and Newton, but I could never keep it to keep its tip. I have become a brush licker, Prometheus. We talk about this quite a lot, but brush licking is really nice to create a tip on brushes, because if you wipe it with just a piece of, like, I don't know, a piece of paper, it's gonna split kind of like that. Whereas if you pop it in your mouth, like the Radium girls, exactly. Except hopefully without the radium. Okay, guys. We gotta give this a minute or two to dry fully. But I am pretty pleased with how this entire mini is coming along. I'm feeling pretty confident with a brush lately. I don't know why. I don't know what's changed. But I feel like in general, the brush does a lot more of what I want it to do as of late. Obviously, we still have a lot of other skin to paint, right? So this is still just one plain color, which is a bit boring. And we also have to do the entirety of the tail. We have to do the belly. We have to do the lips. We have to do the teeth. We have to do the little slimy section still on the tongue. We have to do his belt. He's got 2 belts going around his body. He's got this, I don't know, metallic bit hanging out of his back. He has all of those spikes that I need to paint. He's got these 2 goblin dudes on the back, which I'm gonna have to paint. I'm gonna have to paint in the nose ring and a bunch of the other small details. Then we have another entire secondary squig to paint and the base. It's gonna take a little bit of time. But I have to say, so far, I think this is the nicest thing I've painted. Ever. I mean, if you look at it up close, you can very clearly see the brush strokes. Some people hate that. I don't really mind it, to be honest. Like, if we move it a little further away, your eyes will magically do the blending anyways, and I think it looks pretty nice. I could spend hours and hours and hours trying to smooth everything out, though. But I don't really see why. I don't mind the brush strokes. I haven't done the tongue tip yet. So he's got little drooly bits. I guess I'm gonna make those like a white, bluish maybe, like, I don't know. What about the eyeballs, chat? How do we feel about the eyes? Is it good enough? I think so. I could make them glossy, actually. I could use a little bit of gloss varnish on those instead. I don't know if it's gonna look nice. Make them look a little bit wet. Let's give it a try. This is a glossy varnish that I've got standing here on my desk too. Just gonna try and hit the eyeballs. Make them look a little shiny. We'll do the same on the tongue when it's done. And maybe some of the inside of the mouth as well. I think that might look cool. Let's get a bit of color variety there and a little bit of a finish. Yeah, and now, look, so I was a little concerned about the leg not fitting in with the rest of the mouth. Because these colors were slightly different than the colors over here, but it was just a varnish. It was just a finisher. Now it's blending in well. Yeah, nice. All right, cool. Very pleased with that. Guys, since last I painted on stream, I did the mouth, I did the teeth, I added some other small details around the miniature. Very, very pleased with how this is coming along. I do have to make sure that we add a couple more details to it here and there, but this mini is turning out to be pretty cool so far. Now, today, I want to continue painting some more. We have to still do this leg, and then also the tail. So you can kind of see the parts that are highlighted already, and then the parts that aren't yet. I also have to do the entirety of the belly, the little guys on the back. We have a couple of small details that still need to be taken care of, and I honestly want to tidy up some of the other details too. I think the teeth are looking pretty cool, but I can make them a little bit better still. And it's the same for some of the other skin, I think. But it's looking nice. I'm pretty pleased with how it's going along so far. Yeah. Do we do the tail or do we do the leg, chat? Which one do we go with? Any preferences? Leg or tail? Doesn't matter, we have to do both. But which one do we do first? I am thinking tail. Where's Mr. Streamer? I did add some metallic paints on the tooth. However, I sprayed it with some, or I painted it over with some ultra matte varnish, so it's currently extremely matte. But that is one of the things I still want to improve on a little bit more. Yeah, I think we're gonna do a little bit of tail action. How about that? I'll start by rebase coating some of the details. A little bit of Mephiston. Gonna shake it. Hey, thank you, by the way, Melvin, for the resubscription. I appreciate it. And Mr. Drunk Gaming.
Cheers and thank you for all the fun. We'll have to downgrade to just Prime subs for a bit. But hopefully next year back to normal.
Hey, that is no problem whatsoever, man.
Underscore, Tumblr glass emoji, underscore.
Thank you very much, Slightly Drunk, for the tier 3 subscription. If you ever have to change your sub or you have to cancel your sub, no hard feelings. But I much, of course, appreciate the support. Thank you very much for continuing and hope it all is well. Hope life is treating you nicely. Sometimes it's important, I guess, to recalibrate some spendings and all that. It happens. Thank you, dude. Hope you're well. I haven't seen you in the chat too much lately. So this is the dark end of the tail. The other side has to be a little bit brighter. Just trying to relayer some of the sections here. To start off, trying to stay out of the recesses, although we'll have to paint all of the recesses here in a moment too. Just want to make sure that we have a nice, strong base coat to start off with. Streamer has only hands? Yes, no face today. No, I do have a face. Believe it or not, I do have a face. I just never have it in the painting stream or the painting setup, I suppose. But I may very well do a little bit of gaming in a bit too. But we gotta progress with the Mangler Squigs too, man, because this is a long project. And even if I just paint for like an hour here, an hour there, we will get closer, right? If I don't, I know that this project can take an extremely long time. And it's already a pretty big one. As it is. Ooh, favorite Primarch. I don't know. I think Fulgrim is a proper prick. I like Fulgrim. But he's a real prick. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. So again, this side of the tail, the one that I'm looking at right now, needs to be darker than the other side when we're done with it. So I can stay out of the recesses here, and I definitely will have to paint some of these sections a little bit darker still. And obviously I want to be a little careful around the belly part, because the belly needs to be fleshy. Don't want it to be too red. Let's do the other end as well. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this mini has come along so far. It's been a very fun project. I'm actually enjoying it a lot. Takes a little bit of time though, I can tell you that much. But I guess that's the case with all the big minis. Especially minis like this that just have a lot of different sections, I suppose, a lot of different parts. Yeah, so this side of the till needs to be a bunch brighter. No, we'll probably do some gaming later too, Arcturus. That's what I'm thinking. I would like to continue onwards with some more Expedition 33, actually. Because we ended yesterday's stream at what seemed to be a pretty significant intersection. Like, a lot of guys in the chat were like, yo, if you continue from here, it's gonna take you a while, so maybe end the stream right here. And I don't really know what's behind the door. I want to know what's behind the door, man. I think it has to be a boss fight. It's probably the Paintress or one of the main characters. Maybe Alicia, maybe Renoir, I don't know. Either way, I would like to find out. Monolith soon? No, I did the monolith yesterday in Expedition 33. So I did a portion of it. I went all the way through Lumiere. Need to have some nice blendies here. Into the tummy. The tummy is this nice orangey color. Dorn is your favorite one? Vulcan is your favorite? Oh, okay. I actually don't know much about Dorn or about Vulcan, if I'm being honest with you. I've been reading the Horus Heresy, and so far in the books I've read, they haven't really popped up yet. So can't really give you my opinion on either of them. But I know they show up at a later time. From what I've heard, a lot of the books are dedicated by the Salamanders. I just haven't come across them yet. What's going on, Gideon? Good morning. We'll have to kind of decide where the tummy begins here too. I did the tummy with a little bit of Squig orange. We'll definitely have to try and paint some of that into in this spot, or at this point. Hey.
GM Loco and chat.
Grandmaster to you too, Matrix. Thank you very much. Or General Motors. General Motors to you too. Oh, I can definitely turn the music up a little bit. Yep. Thank you for the feedback. Is that better? So this is the Squig orange over here, which is the color I want to use for the tummy. So I want to get some nice transitions in between this reddish color and then the color of the tummy. Yeah, thank you for letting me know the audio was not balanced properly. That is one of those things I generally find out about after the stream ends. I check out my own VOD, I'm like, no! You couldn't even hear the music! So awkward that I'm humming along! Nobody even knew it was there! I much prefer finding out during the stream. This whole section over here is actually going to be a little bit tricky. Getting a smooth transition between these 2 points is not the easiest thing to achieve. Gotta make sure it's also kind of in line with the rest of the parts here. Now I do have to still go a little bit darker in this section anyway. With the red, I mean. But this is gonna take a couple of coats to try and get this smooth transition from the red into the tummy. Okay. Will I be buying Dawn of War 1 Remastered when it comes out? I may check it out. I have never actually played that game before. I know it's a game that many of you apparently grew up playing. I have zero nostalgia for it, as far as I know anyways. I don't remember ever playing it. Maybe if I boot it up, I'm like, oh my god, I did play this, but as far as I know, I don't think I ever played it as a kid. That game came out in like the 90s, right? So I may check it out. Generally though, with very nostalgia heavy games, I'm always a little hesitant because sometimes the games were mostly good because of nostalgia, you know? Like they're still worth playing because you are nostalgic for them and not so much because the games were actually that much fun, but maybe it still works out. Yo, what's going on, Mr. Bobby? Good morning. When I go live around this hour of the day, rather than earlier, which is what I've mostly been doing over the last year. I've been starting my streams earlier. There's already Americans tuning in right at the start. How lovely is that? Okay, let me get a little bit of the darker color onto the palette as well. What was for lunch? Me and Lauren actually went out for lunch. It was really, it was nice. I had a coffee and a sandwich. A lunch date. How romantic. Okay, so I got a little bit of the corn red as well, which is a darker color. And I want this to be mostly in the shadowy sections here. So again, this whole area on the Mini is recessed. So this is the section of the Mini that should be a little bit darker than the other side. So I want this mostly to be on this area, but also in the shadows on the other side. We'll have to highlight all of these sections up. I find this part very fun actually, like all of the highlighting. I feel like I've gotten much better at it compared to a year ago. Which is pretty satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. Like a year ago I was fighting my own brush. Seems like the brush is more willing to listen these days, which is really nice. I was like, brush, no! Stop going into those spots where I don't want you! Less fighting the brush. Turns out experience helps. And like practice actually does, you know, make life better. Is a bagel with cream cheese a sandwich? I would say so. I mean, I had a, we went to like a pretty local place, I suppose. Nothing all too crazy, but I had a, it's run by this Moroccan lady, I think. I think she's from Morocco. And she had this like I don't know, like some spicy, herby chicken sandwich type of thing. It was good. I don't know if it's run by the Moroccan lady, but I think the chef is. I'm not sure. It's good on Malderfrost? Yeah, I'm slowly bringing the Wednesday streams back, I suppose. Can't promise I can do them every week, but... Okay, let's do a little bit of shadowing as well on the other end. So we want a little bit of color variety over here in the section where the chain or the belt or whatever going around the side connects. There we go. We'll save the belly part for later, so I'll do that in one go. I feel like for a while I used to get really tired during, like, I don't know, if I streamed every day of the week, I noticed I would get very tired by the end of the week. Not having that problem lately, I don't know why. But I feel pretty good. So for a little bit, I kind of felt like I needed to take the Wednesday to like take it a little bit easy, but yeah. Mostly trying to add a little bit of color variety here in all of these little crevices. This part has a lot more wrinkles than the other side though. The other side of the mini seems to be less wrinkly. Guess because of the angle. He's pretty thick, man. Yeah. This little guy is pretty thick. I am, by the way, I've decided what color I'm going to be doing the other Squig. So this mini is part of a duo. Camera, hello? There we go. This guy's going to be green. We're going to go pretty bright. Pretty bright green. It's good on Facilia. I need to get a little bit of the incubi darkness down as well. Yeah, mini painting is very relaxing for me. I know some people find it very stressful, but I like it. Yeah, the rider is also going to be green, but like a different tone of green. More like the, because they're goblins, right? So it makes sense. But they have very little skin. Like, it's mostly just their faces. So I think it'll be okay. I want to do the riders similar, I think, to the way that I painted the orcs. Like the orc I did a little bit ago. I think something similar to that would make sense. Okay, I'm mixing in a little bit of the incubi darkness into the previous red color. We're just gonna make a very dark burgundy. Kind of see my brush. And we'll glaze that into the shadows. Maybe I have to kind of line shade it in some of these areas. There we go. Just follow around every single one of these little crevices. We can emphasize them. All of these little skin folds, dude. I think I can follow these mostly the way down. Not sure exactly how I'm going to be doing the belly, but... I think I'll keep the clothes of the goblin on the back pretty mellow. I'm thinking just like grays and browns and that sort of thing. I haven't really thought about that too much, but I think I mostly want the emphasis to be on the squigs, not so much on the guys on the back. What's up, Roba? What's going on, Vizzy? I'm glad you guys enjoy the painting streams. I feel like I haven't been doing that too many. I've been so busy playing games, man. My plastic soldiers are just sitting, waiting to be painted, dude. Ay, 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 all these video games taking priority. What a life. It's just super chill, kind of a nice pace. Yeah, I can think of that too. It makes sense. Just kind of chilling at work. Ideal second monitor content. I actually kind of want a little bit of it over here too. Guys. I have very nearly finished the skin. The only thing left here, and maybe some finishing touches, is the red leg right over here. So we've done all of the highlights and bits and pieces all over the mini so far. Now we're doing a little bit of this. Yeah, I did continue onwards with Expedition 33 yesterday, and I did actually manage to shut down the paintress. And then the game made me feel bad for shutting down said paintress. But no worries, since I am basically a psychopath, I did not care for her whatsoever. No, the game tried to guilt trip me, man. I think it is going to guilt trip me even more. No, the story still doesn't make sense, but I have to still do Act 3. We have a lot of things yet to do in that game. It's kind of nice though, it just keeps going. It's pretty long actually, like Expedition 33 is not a short game. Wasn't sure what to expect when I first installed it, but yeah. It keeps the ball rolling nicely. I'm gonna do a little bit of glazing on all of the red with the original base coat, just to create a nice solid base coat here all over. I'll have to try and get some of the highlights as well underneath some of these little guys. Now I guess it's not going to be the most important highlight, because the little guys will be covering most of it up. But I will have to try and wiggle my brush a little bit here in between, which is always annoying. But I guess this can mostly be shadowed, right? It makes sense, I guess, for that part to be mostly shadows. Just try and get a little bit of color in there. I am now the new paintress. Maybe I am, dude. No, at this point of my playthrough, I don't actually know exactly. I think it's probably going to be Mael, but honestly, I'm not sure. I don't want to know either. Don't tell me. But we'll find out. I will continue playing that soon. I think today we're gonna do a little bit of mini painting. And then we're gonna do a little bit of StarCraft casting afterwards. And then after that, we'll do a little bit of, I think, room 46, blueprints. The hunt continues, man. There's actually a lot of overspray over here on the inside of this leg. I'll have to try and see if we can tidy all of this up a bunch. I want this to be a nice, vibrant foot, because obviously this is on the light end of things. And that means that this foot should catch a lot of the light. So we gotta make this nice and bright. In Blueprints, I now have a way to getting into room 46. It's just that in order to get there, the stars need to align, it seems. But today might be the day that we enter room 46. I'm not sure though, because the game is kind of vague about a lot of stuff. But we are now able to open up the door. And I've seen, like on the video feed, we have seen a door that has the number 46 on it. And considering that's what we're hunting, it seems like we are able to get there. But I don't know, the game is kind of throwing a couple of twists here and there every time you do anything, so. But we are making progress. I still have a bunch of other leads too in Blueprints that I would like to follow with. So yeah, we'll see. A little bit of base coating. Fixing some of the overspray. Want to make this nice and vibrant before we start adding in some of the shadows and ultimately some of the highlights as well. I think I should actually also include this little part over here into our highlighting. Keep it very thin. What is the speed run for that game? Oh, I don't know, dude. I mean, it's a puzzle game, right? So I think maybe if you're very lucky, you might be able to find your way to room 46 really early, but it doesn't seem entirely realistic. But yeah, there's probably people that have gotten there very quickly if you know what you're doing. It's not like Outer Wilds though, where like technically in Outer Wilds you could solve the final puzzle right at the beginning of the game. There are some unlocks that you have to get in Blueprints. That's one of the magical things about Outer Wilds, right? Like the game just loops. And every day is a full reset and you don't quite... Yeah, you gotta figure out the knowledge to be able to figure out what the final solution is, but in the early game you just don't have it. But technically you could. I have no idea, Zachary. I honestly don't know. It seems like the game is not over when you get to room 46. At least that seems to be hinted, but I am not entirely sure. That is my main goal at the moment, though, for that game. Unless I want it to be over, yeah. Okay, we're gonna work a little bit of the darker red into some of the shadows. A little bit of the corn red. This whole leg, though, is quite bright here, so I don't think we're going to really need a ton of shadows, but... Yeah, we're playing some fun games at the moment. It's good. Sometimes I feel like there's not that many games coming out and it's all a little bit slower and all that, but I feel like at the moment, there's just a lot of really good games to check out for 2025 so far. Good time to be a gamer. Trying to add a little bit of color variety in this section underneath as well. Although I can already imagine when I'm trying to paint this guy from the bottom, I will accidentally hit some of the skin here. So I'm expecting that I'll have to go back in and tidy some things up at some point in the future, but either way, For now, it'll do fine. Yeah, we have an Omega early stream today. So I mentioned this yesterday, but my niece is probably throwing a party for her graduation. The thing is, she won't know until this afternoon whether or not she actually passed. So they want to do a bit of a party, I guess, for like some friends and family and stuff on the day that she hears the news. But she does, you know, she does have to actually pass, because otherwise the party is canceled. So she finds out sometime this afternoon, and I will then also find out sometime this afternoon. But if indeed she has passed, I'm gonna be heading off early. So fingers crossed that I'm gonna have to head off early, I suppose. Anyways, I figured though. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. Have they done any shopping for this? Like, you kind of have to do some shopping, right? When you want to throw a party. I don't know. Yeah, so I figured I'll skip the video editing for today. That's normally what I do in the mornings. I just went to the gym, had some food, now we're here. A little bit of an early start. I know there's already some of you though that are at the office and all that. You're just already, you know, browsing the internet. It's okay. Nah, I've been editing all the videos again myself, the ability. Just a little easier. What's good on Infested Zergy Zerk? Hello. What's going on, Nikki? Early start means you get to watch longer? Yeah. I'll be here for at least, I want to say, the next 6-7 hours, something like that. This is an Age of Sigmar mini. Yes, Feto. Fito. Just adding some sections over here to this final final part of the skin. So I've done everything on this mini thus far except for this leg. And obviously all of the blacked out details. Oh bro, I have no idea about Age of Sigmar as far as the game goes or lore or whatever, I have no clue. I just like the minis. I think the sculpts are awesome. And this is one of them. This is one of the coolest sculpts that Games Workshop has made, I think. It's very good. Very fun. Okay, we'll have to mix in a little bit of the darker color again. I actually need to get a little bit more of my corn red. Just get a little bit more of the dark in, so we can resatiate properly into the darkest nooks. Created this nice little burgundy color. There we go. Trying to be very gentle with this, especially on this side of the Mini. Because again, this is the brighter area, which is nice to have a bit of contrast. Okay. We can have a nice little joint line, I think, or a little dark recess over here in between the joints. This section over here can definitely be a little bit darker. We'll probably have to tidy all of this up. Not too shabby. I want to also have a little bit of shadow over here, as well as in this little section in between, where this like cable around the belly connects in. Hey, what's going on, Bude? Thank you so much. Hope you're well, thank you. Feels like it's been a little bit since I've seen your name in the chat. Am I crazy? Either way, welcome back. Hope you're all doing okay. $73 months. Let's go. First sub of the day. Possibly the only sub of the day. Okay. Been busy IRL. Dude, no worries. Definitely don't apologize. Sometimes life gets in the way, I get it. I mean, I'm a little disappointed you guys don't treat my live stream as literally the most important thing you have to do every time, but hey, you know what? It is okay, I guess. No, I fully understand. A random guy on the internet doesn't take priority? Ah. Okay. Tidy up some of the overspill. I'll be at Home Story Cup, yes. They haven't really announced anything yet for Home Story Cup, man. It's kind of wild. No players, no talent, no nothing. As far as I know. But I'm planning on being there. Okay. Well, I think it's mostly because the EWC and stuff is happening, right? So the whole, like they scheduled this StarCraft tournament a long time ago. And it turns out it's kind of like in the heat of everything. Like a month or so before the actual World Cup. A lot of players will be practicing, so it's a bit of an awkward time to be hosting a StarCraft tournament just for giggles. Obviously there's serious money, but Not as serious as like making one additional series at the World Cup, you know what I mean? Like it makes sense to me if you are already qualified for the EWC, that you would probably rather focus on home practice instead. But I don't know. What's going on, Farid? You were watching one of my videos and now you decided to come over here? Let's go, dude. You're watching a StarCraft cast? Welcome to the stream. They should just schedule the EWC in Krefeld. Dude, that's what they should do. 100%. Try to picture where the light would be coming from here. I think basically this entire section should be pretty lit up. Because again, this guy is going to be at an angle. So the light should hit this side of the Mini quite drastically. Get a little bit of color all over. Need to brighten it up. I have to warn all my international friends coming to Home Story Cup because Krefeld is so meh. I mean, Krefeld is, it's not my favorite city in the world, but it's not the end of the world either. It's just your average German city, no? It was voted 14th worst city in Germany. Yikes. Hell yeah, dude. No, I always think it's kind of funny because it's right in between Dusseldorf and Cologne. Like Cologne and Dusseldorf are both really nice cities. It's kind of wedged in between. Okay, let's go to Facilia. A little bit of an early stream today, yeah. Don't I get hungry during long streams? Sometimes. I'm currently trying to cut down a little bit. Maybe it works out better that way, you know? No, I do eat during the streams. Just not full meals. But I always make sure that I eat before the stream and generally right after. But I don't really take like you know, like a meal break or whatever. I know some streamers do, or some streamers eat like full meals on stream. I've done that before in the past. I don't really like eating on stream that much though. What's going on, Iblis? This is a Squig, a Mangler Squig to be specific, from Warhammer. Lovely creatures. But they are similar to banelings from what I've heard. I actually don't know much about them. I just think they're really funny. But apparently they do explode upon death. So maybe baneling is not that bad of a comparison to draw. I do have 40k minis too, yeah. I just paint, so I don't play the game, I just paint. But I do think across the board the 40k sculpts are fun, but these are a little bit better. Like the Age of Sigmar sculpts are a little bit better in my mind. But I have a bunch of 40k. I recently painted the lion. I've painted a flesh terror. I've painted a, here. I painted a, these are two 40k minis that I painted this year. I painted a flesh terror. I think this one's pretty cool. Spent a lot of time on the one tiny little mini. And then the most recent one that I finished is this one. It is a Death Guard Plague Marine. With the sassy Nurgling right over here on the base. I have not actually, no, I've never painted as an Eldar, no. I did paint the lion. I think this was like my first mini I painted this year. This is 40k. So we have some 40k. We're gonna do a little bit of pure Wild Rider red. If I'm ever in England, make sure to visit Nottingham. I have no idea where Nottingham is. England is also pretty big, man. I'm going to England actually in September. But I'll be in the north of England now, so I don't know. It's like in the middle of England? Okay, yeah, I have no idea. You can just go to the Games Workshop headquarters? Like, isn't this like a freaking office building? Could pretend to be the mailman. As someone who grew up in Nottingham and loves his hometown, it's not a great tourist destination. No, I'm booking my trip right now, Prometheus. I'm gonna be seeing all the sights. Like the Imperial Aquila on the side of the building or whatever. It's east of Birmingham? Okay. Me and Lauren haven't decided yet if we're gonna take a vacation in the summer, but maybe Nottingham should be the place to go. What's going on, girl? Good morning. I gotta work on my Nottingham slang. In it, bruv. Do they say in it, bruv? In Nottingham? They have to, no? Of course they do. Oi, what, mate? Okay. We have the best weather in Switzerland at the moment. Warm, sunny, no clouds. Yeah, it's actually a pretty nice day over here too. So I've decided to sit inside and then, you know, paint Warhammer miniatures. Play some video games later. The best way to spend a nice warm day. Touching grass is for nerds? Absolutely. No, it's a nice day over here in the Netherlands too. It's supposed to get pretty warm. It's actually going to be very warm the next couple days too. Fellow nerds are going to be dying. Ooh, you're gonna go to Zandvoort again? Nice. Look, you should paint my Talia Vedra for me. I can pay you an exposure. Ooh. Exposure? That is what my entire business is built on, Blue Harvest. Now we're talking. After 3 years of living here, says Fish, I decided to get a bike and my friends took me outside. My ass hurts after like 23 kilometers. You rode a bicycle for an hour and a half and now your ass hurts? Nice, dude. Yeah, no, it is one of the things about riding bicycles that people forget about. That's a big step though, dude, buying a bicycle. You're more Dutch than ever before. Alternatively, I can send Tim Tams. Ooh, I've had Tim Tams before. An Australian viewer once brought them to a StarCraft tournament for me. They were pretty nice. I never know what to do though, because like if, you know, a stranger suddenly offers you food, what do you do, chat? Like how do you proceed? YOLO. I make content online, King. So I stream, but I also do YouTube videos. That's not a question I get very much anymore. It used to be a lot more frequent that people ask like, hey, so you can actually make a living making content on the internet? Used to be way more common back in the day. Seems like it's more generally accepted these days. Oh, geez, that's crazy, Blue. Yeah, this is a nice Australian-friendly time zone to be streaming in, I guess. Like if I go live this early. Works well for the Aussies. Okay, let's try and tidy some of this up again with some of the original base coat. So I'm gonna mix in some very thin glazes of Mephiston Red. I'm gonna try and work this towards the shadows. Try to make this all a little bit more muted, a little bit less orangey. Fade the transitions a little bit. A mate of mine streams with an average of 40 viewers and it's his full-time job. Well, it mostly depends. Like, it depends on a few things, right? Like, how much do you spend on a monthly basis? Some people live it up. I don't particularly live a very fancy life, but I think we live a good life. Can't really complain. And it obviously also depends on, like, the viewers that do watch, right? Like, if you have 5,000 viewers, but they're all of the age of 12, you're probably mostly gonna be making your money from ad breaks. Because 12-year-olds don't really have money, right? And they probably shouldn't be spending their money on subscribing or donating or whatever. But if you have 50 viewers and all of them are like, you know, S-tier CEOs or engineers or whatever, right? Like it changes the entire dynamic. So absolute numbers is of course important. But there is also a fall off. Like the bigger your stream becomes, the less likely people will be to subscribe. Like maybe in absolute numbers the name, like, but the average viewer, if I watch like a really big stream on Twitch, I will be much less inclined to subscribe than if I watch a smaller channel that I really enjoy, that is actually trying to hustle out there, you know? It's a little bit different. Like the question is always like, how long can you do what I do for a living, right? Like, I don't know. Like, what if people stop watching? That is a very real concern, but it's no different than like any other person that is self-employed. If the economy takes a downturn, which it does right now, people definitely have less money to spend. I immediately see that reflected in subscriber numbers. And I completely understand that too, you know, like it's not, you know, it makes perfect sense. Like subscribing is definitely a luxury purchase, right? Like you're not gonna be, or at least you probably shouldn't be spending a fuck ton of money on the internet on things that are pretty frivolous in the end, if you are struggling financially, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to do it, but I have been doing this now for, gosh, I want to say maybe 8 years or so full time. And so far, it's always been very stable. Now, obviously, I don't make just a living off of YouTube, or not just off of Twitch, but there's also YouTube, there's also Patreon, there's also the occasional sponsored content that I do. There is StarCraft tournaments that I've been commentating, but it's, you know, it's always a bit uncertain. I think it's always hard to predict where the future goes. But honestly, it's really not much different, man, than with, like, I have, you know, a lot of folks that just live, like, regular jobs that may seem more stable, but then people can also just get fired on a whim, you know? The big difference between streaming, I think, and a regular job, or whatever that means, is that the transferable skill is a little bit awkward, right? Like, yeah, you could say, okay, if you ever have to go out and get a real job, whatever that means, what exactly, like what work experience can you communicate? Well, ultimately, I have generated a shit ton of YouTube views. That's gotta be worth something to someone, right? If you are hiring, you know, for a regular job. I don't know, man. It's a question I've heard a million times before. But ultimately, I'm not really too concerned. I think it gets dangerous as a content creator. Yo, what's going on, Lizardbolt, man? Thank you so much.
Mon ami. After you killed the paintress yesterday, he who guards truth with lies from Monaco got a new meaning.
It did, Lizard. It did. Thank you for the 49 months. Thank you very much. I think as a content creator, it gets risky and complicated if you start living as if your best year is going to be your new normal. Because like ultimately you can make a lot of money being a content creator, but it can also plummet down really quickly. Consistency is very difficult to predict with the future in mind. So like you could get like a fancy mortgage, right, for like 20 years or whatever, And with a regular job, it's more likely you'll be making more money in 20 years from now than you would as a content creator. So I feel like as long as you are financially smart and you don't live beyond your means and you know, you're willing or able to take a step back if necessary, or I'm not really too concerned about it, no. I think we can probably keep this going for a long time. As long as there's people watching, I'm not concerned. If one day I start my stream or I upload my YouTube videos and nobody watches, that would genuinely suck. But after all these years, I would be very surprised. I would be very surprised after, you know, uploading videos. I've been uploading videos since 2008. It's a long time. I feel like with the content I do in particular, like my average viewer is not 14-year-olds, right? Like it's mostly people that are a little bit older. A lot of my viewers are like in their 30s, some people in their 40s. And I can imagine every once in a while you will get tired of watching the content that you watch, or maybe you just, I don't know, maybe the streamer you like to watch or the content creator you like to watch, they just don't do what you enjoy anymore, or I don't know, they get caught up in some sort of drama, or as a lot of other streamers do, they get caught up in politics and you're like, oh God, here we go. I don't want to watch this crap anymore. But I feel like across the board, you're not very likely to replace the content as quickly as someone who would be like younger. You know what I mean? Like I feel like a lot of folks that have been playing StarCraft or watching StarCraft for a long time will be interested in StarCraft for years to come. Kind of like, I don't know, regular sports fans are interested in following along with football or basketball or tennis or whatever. I feel like StarCraft is in a very similar niche there, where it's by no means the biggest, but it also doesn't really need to be the biggest because the people that care about it have been watching for donkeys. I'm calling you guys weird? No. I'm just saying, I notice in myself that I kind of keep doing the same things that I have been doing for years. Whereas when I was younger, it was a lot more random and a lot more up in the air, and I would just kind of switch more frequently, I guess, between things that I liked. Am I in my workaholic era? When does somebody consider themselves a workaholic? I don't know what the rules are. No, I'm not calling you old and weird. I'm just saying that it's much more likely you will like... Okay. I think it's pretty unlikely that a lot of my regular viewers on Twitch will suddenly be like, you know what, I'm done. I'm gonna be watching an 18-year-old on YouTube scream about Minecraft for videos that are mostly directed to 12-year-olds. You know, like, I find that unlikely. I think a lot of people will probably just keep doing what they keep doing. We weren't until we got called out. All right, give me a hard time. I don't know, if at some point nobody watches anymore, I'm sure we can figure something out, guys. But I love what I do, and I'm gonna try and keep it going for many years to come. And I really appreciate people watching. Still blows my mind how many people watch on YouTube in particular every month, and on Twitch, like, it's been so stable for years. It is a bit of a weird job, though. I will agree. The fridge is holding up great. At this point, finding another streamer would be like dating again. You're speed dating on Twitch. You're like, oh god, this sucks. I'm just gonna go watch Loco again. Even though it's kind of grown old, but I guess it is what it is. I'll take that as a compliment. It could be interpreted as not a compliment, but you know what? I'll take it as one. So cursed. You're like, oh, whatever, I guess this will do. He calls me old and weird, but he knows how I like it. All right. Here I am trying to open up to you guys, and this is what I get. I see how it is. Fine, I'll go back to making dick jokes again. I'm gonna go a little bit brighter. How did we even get to that subject? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, somebody asked if I did this thing for a living or not. It's been a long time since anybody in the chat that joined for the first time asked, like, when am I gonna get a real job? That used to be a surprisingly common question. Like, I'm talking like 8 years ago, people were like, okay, when are you gonna get a real job, streamer, man? When are you though? Never. Maybe, I don't know. Wait, you enrolled yourself in Dutch A2? Like the highway fish? That's amazing. Now what level is A2? I don't really know how languages get... I don't know how it gets labeled. A is for beginners? I see. Just say the word lekker a lot. Lekker, man. A is beginner, B is intermediate, and C is academic? Okay, I see. I see. As in me see. Okay. My understanding of Dutch is academic level, dude. I don't want to flex or anything. I see. No, I fucking love what I do, man. I'm gonna keep doing what I can do. If I had all the money in the world and I wouldn't have to work anymore, I would still be doing what I do right now, guys. When I did certify A1, I came here all bleeding, and now I'm going A2 and then B1 next year. Maybe I should do a Dutch stream just for you, Fish. Hallo iedereen. Welkom bij een stream. Vandaag... I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't know about that. Goedemorgen, Lizardbot man. Het zou kunnen werken. Ik denk het niet, man. Ik denk het niet. Neuken in de keuken? Zikard, you don't put a question mark at the end of that sentence. That makes it sound like it's directly addressed at me. Which maybe you meant, actually. Maybe it's... It's getting there, guys. I went to the toilet and I came back and you were speaking another language. Nederlands is gewoon een mooie taal, man. Everybody loves Dutch. It's the most beautiful language in the world. Everybody says so. How does the Dutch... Why does the Dutch... Oh, the Dutch word zwaffelen. Zwaffelen is a beautiful Dutch word, yes. Has this been popped up yet in your A2 lessons, Fisherman? Zwaffelen is a very important word that you need to know. It does have a lot of practical use case. The definition of the word means hitting objects with your erect wiener. Anyways, I don't know why we have a word for that. I do not know why we have a specific word for that. Yeah, it's a very cultural significant word. You learn both language as well as culture, yeah. I'm glad you told me the meaning of this before asking a workmate. Well, I think a Dutch workmate might appreciate it. Or maybe not. You could get fired too. Kind of depends on the workmate, really. You're saying other languages don't have a word for that immediately? Huh. There's no synonyms in English? I think we have once more proven that Dutch is indeed the best language. As if we needed more proof. It was always so obvious already. Leve de koning, hoera! Hoera, hoera! In Argentina, we have a word in Spanish for it? Yo, what? Really? There's an Argentinian word that is the same as swaffelen? And the Dutch Queen is from Argentina? Coincidence? Maybe that is why they are a match. Maybe that's how it worked out. It is the one thing they had in common. Holy shit. This is news. We should ask this at a press conference. We definitely should. Okay, chat. I think it's time to add some extra bright dots of some off-white. Piazzo? Piazzo. Doesn't roll off the tongue as well as swaffelen does, but you know what? We can remember it. Trying to add some really bright highlights. Yeah, I can imagine learning Dutch. Oh, Picasso. Read it in Dutch, Picasso? A J in Argentinian is more like a Dutch G sound? Picasso? Oh. Interesting. I see. Okay. Interesting. I have to dilute this just a tad bit more. Trying to add little shiny spots in the middle of each of these brightest areas. Yeah, I feel like learning Dutch has got to be kind of difficult. Dutch is such a weird language. Dude, I kind of feel like we nailed this. Like 2 hours of, no, just like 1 hour of painting. I did this leg in 1 hour. Dang, it's not done yet, but pretty smooth. I'm gonna do some more thin glazes of Mephiston red again. Just so we can smooth out some of these little transitions a little bit. Make some of these areas a little bit more red again, while still having some of these highlights in it. Blend it out. What's going on, Sparks? What is going on, VT Billy? Try to reintroduce a little bit of red. How long is this mini so far? Ooh, I don't know. Maybe 20 hours, 25, 30, I don't know. Something like that, I would imagine. It is part of a bigger project, though. So it's one of the 2 Mangler Squigs. Yo,
Hey,
Chuckle!
Loki, haven't been able to catch the streams much recently, but I've been loving the YouTube content. More TVTS, please.
Ooh, more Terran versus Terran. A rare request, Chuckle Vision. Thank you very much, welcome back. Glad you still enjoy. Yeah, so this mini is part of a group of 2 squigs. And they basically get mounted on top of one another. So I'm painting them individually, because otherwise it would be kind of a pain in the butt. But here's the other one. This one's gonna be green. Yeah, I think it's gonna be fun. I think green and yellow, or green and red rather, it's gonna look pretty cool. I was a little hesitant with green, mostly because the little guys on the back are also going to have green skin, but I think it'll work. This is a tail I did yesterday. We can smooth out some of these little parts for sure. Okay. I don't really like how I did this thing over here. There's a little... Oh, one sec. Oh, I've never entered a painting competition, Billy, no. I've just started painting about a year ago. I've not really thought about entering painting competitions. No, that's not good. Yeah, I started painting in February of last year, so about a year and 4 months. Gelukt? Is it?
Ben je nu aan het streamen?
Yep. Al een uur geleden.
Oh, je gaat het doen. Oh,
Ja, is je weer vergeten. Maybe I will at some point, Billy. Thank you, Damir. I do have it, Lizard, yeah. It lives on top of my shelf. I asked Fear Dragon if he wanted to have it, but he didn't want to. Okay. No, I just paint. So the angle that the mini is going to be planted in is somewhat like that. So there should be more light hitting this side of the mini than there should be light hitting that side of the mini. Have we communicated that well? Is it noticeable that this side of the mini is brighter than that? I think it is, right? It's not too extreme. Yeah. I could have emphasized it a little bit more, but I'm pretty happy with how it's all turned out, so I think I'm just gonna leave it be. We gotta do the belly. The belly is a bit of a tricky part. So I used a couple of different colors for the belly initially. I used Squig Orange and Cadian Flesh Tone. But we're gonna have to smooth some of this out. Like I want the middle to be quite fleshy, but the transition bit in the middle needs to be coming, I think, from the Squig Orange. It's gonna get a little bit annoying. I also need to make sure that this part over here in the front is better blended. Actually, there's also a little part over here that I just haven't properly painted in, it seems. Yeah, I think I should try and maybe try and blend out some of these colors. Does anyone know the lore of this mini faction? So from what I understand, they're basically a bunch of goblins that are keeping a bunch of animals as pets. And this happens to be one of those animals. It's something along those lines. Okay, I'm gonna try and do very thin layers of the darkest red and blend it into the tip of the mouth. Like the tip of the bottom of the mouth, I mean. So I want this to be a pretty smooth transition rather than this harsh line. I think it's gonna be a little bit messy though. I can always paint over it. We're gonna try and smooth this out a little bit. They followed the bad moon around the continent, blowing up cities to try and get the moon's attention. That's their lore? That's insane. What's up, Thort? How do you do? Good morning. I love how wacky some of the Age of Sigmar stuff is. Like, I don't know too much about the lore. I don't really know where to start with the lore, but it is very fun to like hear some of these random tidbits every once in a while. It just doesn't take itself as serious as 40k does, you know? Or 30k. Like, it's all a little bit more goofy. I like that. Did you finish your first year, by the way, Thor? That's what you mentioned, right? You have to change the server? Nice. You're working on some databases? Not bad. I just have to try and smooth all of this out a bunch. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, not a bad first step here. The middle needs to definitely be brighter, but I'm just trying to work on that transitionary bit right over here first. Gonna mix a little bit of the brighter red into the blendy color, because I feel like the wine red is good, but we might want to make it just a little bit more stark. Just a couple coats go a long way. You're on your 6th year of your PhD? Dang. Is the end in sight? That's a while. Physics? Dang. That's pretty cool, dude. That's some nerd shit, but you know what? That's pretty cool, not gonna lie. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but it might turn out to be a train. I have a little bit to see. You're like, is that the piece of paper that says I am... It's a train! Okay. We get some nice little blendy blends towards the tummy. Now I want to go with that more bright color too. You would have had it a year ago if your professor wasn't a bag of dicks? Oh no. So I'm gonna have to go from this orangey color into this more fleshy color, primarily towards the center. Kind of like an animal. I think that'll be fun. A little bit of wet blending. Okay. That is better than what it was, right? Because it was this harsh split between the bottom of the mouth and the belly. We'll let this dry for a minute and see what it looks like. But I feel like that's not bad. Some of these parts are going to be a little bit difficult to paint because of the freaking painting handle. I've drilled a hole in this guy's belly just to be able to hold him down while I'm painting, but... So I'm blending the paint while it's still wet. I don't have a lot of time to do it, but if we just kind of keep painting. It's a little bit difficult to control, but you can get some pretty easy transitions I've found. Okay, what about the other side? Yeah, the other side needs to be brought down a whole lot. Do want it to be nice and central. Wouldn't make sense for the belly to start earlier on one side than it does on the other. So we kind of have to blend this at least somewhat similar. Just trying to compare the two sides here while keeping it kind of moist. And then when it's still wet, we can go in with the other color. I don't think I've ever done a triple blend before with wet blending. Kind of works out though. That looks pretty realistic to me. I've never seen the belly of a squig before in real life, but mostly because they don't exist. But this looks like an animal's belly to me. I have to add some sharper highlights to it, but that's a good start. I'll have to do it over here too on the tail end. Thank you, Fields. So we have to try and put up a little bit of the brighter color here too, to keep it all smooth. Keep it all moving. Okay. Okay. We can work with that. Try and take it to the other side. Squig orange first. Glaze it all together. There we go. Then again, the very bright color in the middle. Whew, okay. Let's let this dry for a minute. So the goal here is to get that brightest color in the middle, but then still have smooth transitions towards the belly section. I may have to introduce a little bit more of the darker red over here on the tail. Okay. Let me just look at some reference art real quick, like a reference picture of this particular mini. Mangler, Squig, Warhammer. Generally, they have some pretty good photos on the official website, which can be very helpful. We need to wait a minute anyways for it to dry. Yeah, so it's a lot of thin lines going across the belly in the official art. Just following the shapes of each of these little lumps and things. I'll mix a little bit of the Screaming Skull, or actually no, it's Ushapti Bone, into the Cadian Flesh Tone. We'll try to see if we can maybe get a little bit of this emphasized. It's a bit tricky though, because none of these lines are super obvious. We can glaze this a little bit away again, I guess, later, if we want to, but... Don't want to overdo it. Yeah, we may have to glaze some more there into the middle just to make it look a little bit less harsh. It's a bit tricky to paint this part because of the way that the handle is glued down. I could remove it, but then I would have to glue it on again. I feel like it's okay. We'll mellow some of these lines out a little bit later. Good point, Fish. Yeah, maybe don't Google that on work devices. A little bit risky. Okay, I wiped it off. Okay. Just gonna follow right next to these deep folds here with this bright color. To mix a little bit more of the color. Need a little bit more moisture in it. Okay. On the other end. I don't think it's bad, guys. It's all looking pretty good. I do want to chill these lines out a little bit now because they're just a little bit too bright for my liking. So I'm just going to glaze in again with the previous background color. Just a very thin coat. It's a bit too moist. Little bit. I probably also want to do like a nice recess shape into all of the darkest spots here. I like painting my thumb, dude. Highly recommend it. I'm gonna mix a little bit of, I think, Incubi Darkness, which is a greenish tint, which I think will be okay. I'll mix a little bit of red into it as well. And we'll try to run this into the deepest, like, crevices, I guess, all of the deepest folds here. Just as a little bit of like a shade into some of these nukes. Not too bad. A little bit of tonal variety is good. Just makes it all more interesting, I think. I think you're the first stream I've ever come across when you explain what you're doing as you're going. Oh, no worries. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud mostly. We're gonna switch to a little bit of gaming in a little bit now. Gonna grab some coffee when I'm done with the belly. And then we'll do a bit of gaming. Gonna be casting a StarCraft 2 series, actually. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Okay, so we actually got a little bit of recess shading there. It's a bit hard to see, I think, but overall, I think it'll make the mini look a little bit more interesting. I'm thinking about going a little bit brighter in the middle. Don't know if that's me getting overly ambitious, but I think I'm gonna mix a little bit. I have a bunch of colors on my palette. I'm gonna mix a little bit of the Screaming Skull into the Cadian, which is what the current, Cadian is the current middle tone here. The brightest spot on the belly. I'll try and see if I can maybe glaze a little bit brighter still. Only towards the absolute middle though. There's a bunch of these color tones that just kind of work together really well regardless of what you do. Well, maybe not entirely regardless of what you do, but if you just smudge them on there, it probably won't look amazing, but okay. Okay. I think I'll hit it with the blow dryer real quick, just to dry it fully. It's a little too moist. Okay. Pretty pleased with how this has all come along, guys. All I really need to do is put a little bit of varnish on the leg, I think, and then also on the belly. And we'll come back to it then next time. I'm gonna shake the shit out of it. Ugh. Just a little bit of AK Ultra Matte, which is basically just going to seal some of these colors and make sure that I can't rub them off as easily. Plus it's going to make some of the colors pull together a little bit more because some of the finishes are slightly more shiny than the others. So I'll just apply this all over. I used to do this exclusively with the airbrush, but you can just brush it on, man. Totally works if you just brush it on. So I'm just doing this as like a quick save button. Onto the parts that I've painted today. I did a little bit over here too. And then all of the belly. I will use a airbrush for like the final varnish all over, but for now I think this does the trick. Get a little bit of it all over. I mean, it's not going to be as precise, obviously, but we don't really need it to be too precise at this point. I need to make sure I just don't rub it off. That's the main thing we're trying to do. Okay. How much time have I spent on this mini so far? I want to say maybe 20, 25 hours or so if I were to make a guess. I'm gonna go and clean my brush real quick, make myself some coffee. We'll let this dry properly and we'll have a final look.